this after the fact on YouTube, please just know that this is a live stream. I want to make that clear just because whenever I do one of these live streams, people slide into the comments after the fact asking for timestamps and wondering why the production is all messy. There's no timestamps and the production is messy because this is a live stream, and live streams don't tend to have that type of stuff. So, hope everyone's doing good. How are you all doing, guys? Let me just make sure we're working. So, yeah, we're live on Twitch. The website is working good. And then a final check. How's YouTube doing? We live on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, please let me know, guys. And let me know everything is good. I might just go test this myself. Hope everyone's doing good. How are you all? There we go. Alright. We're good to go. Okay, guys. So in this live stream, we're going to be smashing through 2 fights to see if we could dig up some bets. We're going to be going through the fight between Rose Namajunas and Weili Zhang, and Valentina Shevchenko against Jessica Andrade. So if you're interested in betting these 2 fights, stick around. Hopefully we're going to cut through all the bullshit, take a look at a lot of footage here and figure out what is true. So I think it's fair to say that the most interesting fight out of these 2 matchups from a betting perspective is Namajunas and Zhang, just simply because obviously Shevchenko's a pretty big favourite. She's pretty dangerous standing. We know Andrade is pretty bad defensively, and so even though this will be Shevchenko's most difficult fight in a while, that one may not be the best for betting. I think a far more interesting fight is Rose Namajunas against Weili Zhang. I think that's likely to be a lot more competitive. So what I thought we could do was we'll start with Andrade and Shevchenko, because the longer this live stream goes, the more people will join us, and then, you know, after we've done Andrade Shevchenko, we'll move on to Namajunas Zhang. So let's get into it. We will kick off with this fight. So if we look at the X factors on Andrade and Shevchenko, we can see that this is going to be Andrade's second fight up to flyweight. She made her flyweight debut against Caitlin Chukagian. Will be pretty interesting to take a look at that fight, see exactly how Andrade looked. She is 29 years old, 5'1" with a 62-inch reach. Shevchenko, 33 years old, 5'5" with a 65-inch reach. So a bit of a size advantage there for Shevchenko, but we know that Andrade negates a lot of the size advantages her opponent has by just being so big, strong, physically imposing. But Shevchenko will be a bit taller. She will have a bit of a reach advantage here, although Andrade is so bad defensively, I'm not sure a reach really helps you that much against her, because she's just going to walk forward like a zombie to try and get inside and hit you anyway. So what is interesting about this matchup is Shevchenko does have some holes on the ground, which we have seen semi-exploited by Jennifer Maia, semi-exploited by Liz Carmouche. They obviously weren't able to go the whole hog and use these weaknesses to defeat Shevchenko. Nunes was all the way back in 2017, but what's very interesting is that I would say Jessica Andrade is by far the strongest grappler Shevchenko will have faced since she fought Nunes back in 2017. So that is one very clear path to victory for Andrade. We know she doesn't like to use her grappling that much, but if she wants the title, then grappling is going to be her her easiest path to victory. So if we take a look at where these girls are training, generally speaking, Andrade trains at a small regional gym in Brazil, this PRVT fight team, PR Vale Tudo. And there are a couple of other fighters in the UFC who train there. We've got, what's this girl's name? I forget her name. What is her name? Carol Rosa. Carol Rosa fights in the bantamweight division. But I don't think there are many other notable fighters at PR Vale Tudo. So if we take a look at Valentina Shevchenko, she travels around a lot, right? Her and her sister and her coaches are kind of nomadic when it comes to their approach to training MMA. They move around all over the place. And we can see her coach in the front. But even though they're very nomadic and they move around, working with different trainers, different coaches, different training partners, doesn't seem to have an impact on Valentina's ability to perform. And to be fair, you know, even though Antonina's not on the same level of Valentina, what I would say is they're both very consistent, right? So I don't think the travelling, the fact that Shevchenko doesn't have a home gym, a home base, means that much. So let's get into the fight research then. How's everyone doing tonight, man? Is everyone doing good? What's up, Gabe? What's up, Brown Don? Brown Don, man, we gotta slow down a little bit. You're asking me if I like Shevchenko to win inside the distance. We gotta research the fight first, dude. I'm not too sure at the moment. What's up, Choose? What is up, Canada? Yo, shout out Canada, the whole fucking country. What's up, Canada? And hello, Solar Cowboy. How you doing, dude? Canada is saying, I'm hoping Andrade doesn't have much of a chance. I want to parlay Valentina and Usman at 1.50. Solar saying, I think she has enough freak farmer strength to worry about flash knockouts and slams. She'll probably lose, but Shevchenko has to continue to fight smart. Definitely think it's Shevchenko's toughest fight in a really, really long time. But Andrade's striker defense is a bit of a worry. You know what I mean? It's definitely a bit of a worry. Alright, what's up, Gabe? What's up, Rokas? Hey, what's up, I need money? Don't we all, dude? We all need money, dude. Do you bet parlays or only straight bets? Only straight bets for me, mate. I'm not a fan of parlays personally. Alright, let's get into the fight research. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's go. So where should we start off? So what we want to do, because there's some crossover fights with obviously Rose and Zhang fighting Andrade, we want to use these two matchups, or these three matchups, sorry, to segue into researching Rose and Zhang. So if we start off with Shevchenko, take a look at some of Shevchenko's fights, then we'll take a look at some of Andrade's fights, and then that will be a nice little segue over into watching Rose and Zhang. So if we kick things off, let's start. Where shall we start? Where shall we start? I almost want to cherry pick a couple of fights. I think the two fights which would be best for us to watch would be the Jennifer Maia fight and the Liz Carmouche fight. I say that because Liz Carmouche is a strong offensive wrestler, so in this matchup we should get to see a little bit of Shevchenko's takedown offense tested. And then in the Maia fight, we get to see a little bit of everything tested, right? We know Maia's got that base in Muay Thai. So we'll get a good look at Shevchenko's striking. We know Maia's quite a high-pressure fighter as well with high output. So that'll help. And I know we get to see a little bit of grappling in this matchup as well, where Maia did take Shevchenko down at one point and caused her some trouble. So we might skip the Chookagian fight only because Chookagian is absolutely nothing like Jessica Andrade. So I'm not sure how much we'd learn, you know, spending 10-15 minutes watching that. But by the time we're done watching Maia and Carmouche, we should have a pretty good read on Shevchenko. So let's kick things off. Let's start with that. I think this is gonna be Andrade's second fight at flyweight ego, but she did fight at bantamweight a long time ago, right? Okay, so let's kick things off with Valentina against. Let's start with. Let's watch her last fight against Jennifer Maia. And the way this works, if you've never been in one of these live streams before, is it's fight companion style. Obviously, because of copyright and all that shit, I can't show you the actual fights. But if you should have, if you're a UFC fan, you should have a Fight Pass or an ESPN Plus subscription, because, well, it's great fucking value for a start, and you're supporting the UFC, a promotion we all love. So what we do, we'll sync up each of the rounds, and using this countdown clock, we'll watch the rounds together. I'll commentate the fights from a betting point of view, and then based on what we all see in the footage, we'll be able to gauge if what bets are on the table. We'll also be thinking about like props, overs, unders, straight bets, the whole 9 fucking yards. No, choose MF. It's, I did actually fall into that trap before. Before that, I basically played a fight that was on YouTube on the UFC channel on a stream, thinking it would be fine, and the stream got shut down, and I got banned from live streaming for like a month. So they are pretty aggressive. It's even got to the point now where it's kind of dangerous for me to do this, but I'm going to do it very quick. I can't even do it very quick. Alright, I'll show you what I'm going to do. If you go to the homepage of my website, MMABettingTips.com, you'll see, I can't even show you on the computer because of how aggressive the fucking YouTube copyright algorithm is. But if you go to my, homepage, notice how I have like a video playing in the background for UFC 261. See that shit? Now, even though I've got text over the top of it, and even though it's got all effects on it and it's cropped and shit on my website, even if I were to bring up the homepage of my website with like text and everything written all over it, this stream would get shut down. It's fucking mad. Even for a promotional video, which is distributed by the UFC as promotional material. If you go on the YouTube channel, all I've basically done is cut up the UFC 261 promo video the UFC have made to make the intro for my site, because the UFC are putting promo content out there. You can use it to promote their event. You know what I mean? So I'm promoting their event by putting it on the homepage of my website, right? So when you guys, you know, many of you guys visit my website almost every day, right? Jump on the homepage, marked him for the UFC. Even then, if I put this YouTube video on, gets copyright flagged. It's crazy. And that's why sometimes on my YouTube videos, you'll see like big black squares on my screen capture where I've had to like blank shit out, stop my ass from getting banned. But anyway, back on topic. Well, everyone should have synced this up by now. What's up, NJ? What's up, Clown Baby? Nice one, dude. Cheers, Clown Baby, mate. Guillermo Valenzuela. I don't agree with you there, dude. Guillermo is saying that Shevchenko's going to have a big size advantage, so Andrade won't be able to use grappling. I do disagree with you there, mate. Andrade has been smaller than basically everyone she's ever fought, and even at bantamweight, you know, she had success with grappling. So, you know, if Jennifer Maia can take Shevchenko down and control her, if Carmouche can take Shevchenko down and control her, bet your fucking ass Andrade can take Shevchenko down and control her as well. I feel pretty confident in that. But anyway, let's get into this first fight. So it starts at 2 minutes 56 on Fight Pass. Let's sync it up, get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's see what we've got, boys. Let's go. I think this was a weird fight, right, where Shevchenko had her way with Maia on the ground, but there was just that one round where Maia took her down and held her down quite easily. It was a very weird round. So what I'm paying attention to here, and we're probably not going to see tons of it if I'm honest, because it is hard to just fucking walk Shevchenko down without eating a knuckle in your face. But I'm interested to see how Shevchenko reacts to being pressured, because we know that's Andrade's game, right? Come forward, relentless pressure, force your opponent onto the back foot, and just break them with relentless pressure. So straight away, Maia gives up a super weak takedown. You can see that those kind of takedowns are not going to be easy to hit on someone like Andrade, right? Maia fell into a really weak Paige Van Zandt style head and arm throw. And you know Andrade is just too big, too physically strong to get caught with something like that. And when I talk about big, you know, when I talk about big, to Guillermo's point, I'm not talking about big in terms of like height and reach. I'm talking big in terms of physicality. There's a big difference in physicality between someone like Jennifer Maia and Jessica Andrade, even though by the tail of the tape, Jennifer Maia is like bigger, right? Big, longer reach, taller, but Andrade is an absolute bull. And you see that with a lot of male fighters, right? It's not as common with female fighters, but you think about male fighters like those small, compact fighters that have just got tons of athleticism. They're like coiled springs, like a Henry Cejudo or a Cody Garbrandt or a Chad Mendes. You know, that type of that type of compact physicality is what Andrade has got. It is quite rare in women's MMA, to be fair, to have that body type, which means that she is quite an unusual puzzle for her opponents to solve. And this round isn't telling us very much because Maya really accepting of being on her back here. She's gone to close guard, which is just looking to really control the posture of Shevchenko, and we're not really seeing Maya make any effort to work her way back up to her feet. So this round not telling us a whole lot. And I think that what was quite surprising about this fight was how easily Shevchenko dealt with Maya on the ground, and then how easily Maya was able to hold Shevchenko down. I think it was in like the 3rd round or something. So yeah, this round not telling us a lot, boys, not gonna lie. What's up, RWY? Good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing good, man. Hope you're doing good, dude. I will say this about this matchup, though, with Valentina Shevchenko being such a steep favourite, I think we're probably going to come away from this fight saying that this is a dog or pass situation. Because for me, there's just really not much upside in betting Valentina at these odds. Probably the smartest thing to do above all else would be the pass, right? But if you really want to bet this fight, it's got to be a dog or pass situation, you'd think. But then if you think about it again, Rose absolutely lit Andrade up like a Christmas tree for 2 rounds in their most recent fight. Was it their most recent fight? Yeah. Split decision, which was a crazy decision. It was never a split decision. It should have been 29-28 Namajunas clear. But it's one of those situations where, you know, if you think someone like Rose can light Andrade up for 2 rounds, imagine what Valentina could do. So maybe I'm talking shit. Maybe it's not dog or pass after all. Maybe I'm the crazy one. So we'll now get into round 2, which will hopefully be a little bit more interesting than this one. Let's just skip ahead to that, boys. And you know what? If we find any long periods of top control like that, where Maya's just accepting being on the bottom, we'll just skip through it because it's not going to tell us anything. You know, seeing Shevchenko lay and pray for 5 minutes is just a waste of time, really. It's not like Maya's, you know, threatening off her back, so we get to look at Shevchenko's submission defense. It's not like Maya's trying to work her way back up to her feet, so we get to see a little bit of Shevchenko's top game. Like Maya just accepted being on the bottom there. So let's get into round 2. It starts at 9 minutes and 10 seconds. Yeah, I agree, Charles. Completely, dude. I agree with you. It was a bad decision. It was a bad decision just because Rose won the first 2 clear. And then Andrade won the 3rd, so it had to be 29-28 Andrade. 29-28 Rose. It was a bad decision. But yeah, Rose was in big trouble in round 3, mate. I agree with you. If that was a 5-round fight, Rose would have lost. So let's get this second round going. 9 minutes and 10 seconds. Let's get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go. Let's see what we've got. So Shevchenko fishing for that head and arm throw again. Doesn't get it this time. Maya Wise do it. So Shevchenko walks Maya over to the cage. Hits a body lock takedown. Again though, Maya is giving up very weak takedowns. Here, she actually prevented Shevchenko flattening her out and taking a dominant position and scrambling back up. Very nice. So now let's take a look at Maya in the clinch, or Shevchenko in the clinch, should say. Now, Andrade doesn't really like to work in the clinch. She's one of these fighters that is usually all the way in or all the way out. all the way in trying to punch your head off your fucking shoulders, or all the way out of a range where she's trying to be hit but does have a tendency to block punches with her face. You very rarely see Andrade working in the clinch. So Shevchenko kind of just accepting being in this position right now. Not really making any effort to get her back off the cage. Shevchenko just taking a bit of a break here, allowing Maia to have this control. Shevchenko is getting a bit complacent here because she doesn't even have an underhook or an overhook to anchor herself if Maia did try to upset her balance, but she's got her back off the cage now. She's gone back to this seatbelt grip. So this is much better from Shevchenko. It's hard to upset her balance when she's got this seatbelt grip, which she can use as a base to stuff any kind of takedown that Maia throws at her. So Shevchenko going to that overhook on the right side now. Digging for an underhook on her left side. And she's very, very comfortable here now. But she is accepting being in this position. Not a lot of urgency from Shevchenko. Wow. Gives up a super weak takedown there. She wasn't in any danger of being taken down. That was a real weird moment of complacency from Shevchenko. It wasn't like Maia was deep in on her hips. Shevchenko had that overhook on her right side, and then she just got really complacent, got her legs tangled up, and got taken down quite easily by Maia. So now we get to see a little bit of Shevchenko off her back. She's not in a bad position here. She's got her back tight to the cage. Maia doesn't have control of her legs. She doesn't have control of her body. Shevchenko should be able to slip her legs out from underneath Maia and start the wall work. Now notice from this camera angle, you can see Maia's got her left arm around the back of Shevchenko. She's going to use that to try and drag Shevchenko off the cage as she starts the wall walk. And you see Shevchenko slowly slipping her legs out from underneath Maia. And she's going to use... Wow. Okay, this is pretty concerning actually from Shevchenko. So Shevchenko's put herself in a worse position. What you should be trying to do in that position is keep your back tight to the cage and slowly edge your legs out from underneath your opponent until your back is square to the cage. What Shevchenko actually did was the opposite. She flattened herself out and gave Maia this position. So this is indicating some low level shit from Shevchenko on the ground. She should have known better. And now look at what Maia has done. She's been able to get that left arm in between Shevchenko and the cage to act as a barrier so that Shevchenko can no longer wall walk. So, not good really. Not good. Not good. You know, Shevchenko's fishing for... In the end, fishing for an omoplata. But she's throwing her legs up off her back, when really what she should be doing is trying to wall walk from this position. She's making life very, very easy for Maia here. It's a strange moment from Shevchenko. Usually, she is rock solid. But she doesn't look rock solid here. Big mistakes. And she's, you know, again, you can see she's going to this closed guard, just allowing Maia to chip away at her from top position. And you can see, really, Shevchenko's made no effort to get back up to her feet. Which is crazy. Alright, so get into round 2 for me. So sync up round 2. It starts at... 15 minutes and 22 seconds. That's 15 minutes and 22 seconds. Sync it up. 15 minutes and 22 seconds. Let's get it going, guys. And let's get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go. Let's go. So a strange round that from Shevchenko. Even when they were both against the cage, she was showing no urgency to get her back off the cage. This is the trouble with Shevchenko, though. Notice how she comes forward when she lets that left hand fly from the southpaw stance, and she ducks her head off to the right. We know that Andrade likes to come forward like a zombie, blocking punches with her face right. You can see situations where she's just going to walk right under that left hand and end up swinging at air, because Shevchenko's just going to look to pop her with that left hand and then circle away and use Andrade's forward pressure and momentum against her. I'm just looking at how Shevchenko reacts when Maya does come forward. At the moment, when Maya comes forward, Shevchenko, for the most part, is looking to stand her ground and tie up with Maya, which is interesting, because you'd think she'd realistically need to use a counter-striking style against Andrade. Vince is saying Valentina is the most overrated massive favourite ever. It will be interesting. It will be interesting, Vince, to go and check out her performance against Liz Carmouche, because Spiz is saying this was a flat performance from her against Maya, and I kind of remember her performance against Carmouche being quite flat as well. But you know what? Shevchenko's not having a lot of success with that left hand at the moment. It's not really landing very clean. But there hasn't been that much striking in this fight either, so maybe Shevchenko's still finding her range. And I know that towards the end of this fight, Shevchenko was lighting Maya up, right? And I wonder if it's because she started to find her range with that left hand. She landed it clean there. But notice how when both girls come together, Shevchenko's just looking to use her grappling as opposed to picking Maya off with her strikes. I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure Shevchenko wants that smoke on the ground with Andrade. Over the years, we have seen Shevchenko make mistakes on the ground. I think she's been lucky enough not to face many high-level grapplers in her career. Remember, she does have a base in traditional kickboxing. I'm not sure she wants to smoke with Andrade on the ground. I do think Andrade could cause her some trouble there. You're right, George. George, this isn't a glamorous job, mate. This is not a glamorous job. It's going to be painful and boring at times, dude. Sitting through that Carmouche fight's not going to be fun. You're right, dude. What's up, Mtez? Mtez said that Andrade said the same thing about her ground game on the Countdown episode. Interesting. What did she say, Mtez? I haven't watched Countdown yet. I saw the first episode came out this morning in the UK. What did she say, dude? I don't... genuinely... Someone earlier on said that Shevchenko would be able to overpower Andrade on the ground. I couldn't disagree more. I think Andrade can give Shevchenko hell on the ground. Absolute fucking hell. Because I've seen over the years Shevchenko make a lot of mistakes on the ground, whereas Andrade is so big, strong, physically imposing. She's just a bull. It's going to be hard to contain her on the ground for someone like Shevchenko. Be interested to know what Andrade said. Jake Capelli is saying Andrade is an obvious bet. John Galt is saying Andrade is going to press Shevchenko up against the fence and go for takedowns. She has a clear path to victory. Hard to argue with that. I guess my issue is we haven't seen that many grappling heavy performances from Andrade. I do worry that Andrade's fight IQ isn't great. You know, we researched Brendan Allen earlier on, and he's one of these stubborn guys that just never seems to want to shoot a takedown even when he's got an advantage on the ground. I will also say this. Maya is giving up weak as fuck takedowns. It won't be easy for Shevchenko to take Andrade down with this kind of wrestling. It's all trips and throws. from Shevchenko. Not easy to hit trips and throws on someone as strong as Andrade. So sync up round 4 for me, which starts at 21 minutes and 33 seconds. That's 21 minutes and 33 seconds. Gliese is saying, don't forget Andrade's strawweight moving up. And Shevchenko fought a lot of her career at 135. It's true, but Andrade fought a lot of her career at 135 as well, right? Andrade was a bantamweight when she first came into the UFC. In terms of physicality, I feel quite strongly that Andrade is a much more physically imposing fighter than Shevchenko. Both are pretty big girls. So yeah, we were talking about this earlier on, Aldo. Andrade is small in terms of wingspan, but very, very powerful and physically imposing in terms of body type, right? She's got like that compact, muscular frame, like a female version of a Hector Lombard or a Chad Mendes. You know, even though these fighters are small, they're still incredibly powerful. So they've got that small, you know, strong core, you know, that really strong base. It's different. It's very, very different. All right, let's get this next one going. Sync it up, get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So we're now on round 4 of Maia versus Shevchenko. You can see how Shevchenko generates so much power with her left hand, though, because she actually goes through her opponent when she throws it. Notice how she throws her left hand, and then as she steps off to her right, she literally follows through with it to the point where she's practically running past her opponent, and that's why she keeps tying up with her opponent so often. See, she did it there. She comes forward with the left hand, looks to throw everything into the left hand and step fully into the left hand, and because of that, quite often find situations where she ends up tying up with her opponent as well. And the way you see her step in with her left hand, though, she is going to be a sitting duck, or Andrade is going to be a sitting duck because of how low Andrade fights with her hands. Doesn't really move her head much, right? And what I will say this, while I don't agree with Gliese, the size is really going to be that much of an issue here because, let's be realistic, Andrade is smaller than everyone she's ever fought. Andrade is just a small fighter, right? She's a small, explosive, athletic, compact fighter. She's smaller than everyone. I would imagine that Rose Namajunas probably had a bigger size and reach on Andrade than Shevchenko will. I don't think size in that respect is too much of an issue, but I will say this. There is a big difference from getting tagged clean and hard by a strawweight compared to getting tagged clean and hard by Shevchenko. Shevchenko can generate a lot more power than, like a Rose Namajunas or a Joanna Jędrzejczyk, right? We saw that in the Joanna Jędrzejczyk between Shevchenko fight where, in terms of technique and in terms of strikes landed, there wasn't that much of a difference. It was quite a competitive fight between Shevchenko and Jędrzejczyk, but the difference was, the reason why Shevchenko won 50-45 and dominated was because even though both girls were, of a similar skill level and, both girls didn't land too big of a difference in volume of strikes, when Joanna would land on Shevchenko, it just wouldn't hurt Shevchenko. Or when Shevchenko landed on Joanna, it would back her up, it would inflict big damage because there was a big difference in physicality. So that is one area where the fight becomes a lot more dangerous for Andrade, because we've seen Andrade just walk these strawweights down, walk through everything that they throw at him, or throw at her, and she just breaks girls with pressure. It won't be as easy to walk through Valentina's shots. How much more powerful she is, how much harder she hits. That's true choose MF, mate. A counter-striking style for Valentina would give Andrade hell. And realistically, that's been Andrade's kryptonite, right? Andrade struggles against girls that won't stand right in front of her. Which is why she puts so much pressure on him. She tries to pressure him and pressure him and pressure him until they are forced to stand their ground, you know, and fire back in order to try and alleviate the pressure that she puts on him. But, you know, when she goes up against someone like a Namajunas or a Jacek with great footwork, that's when she really starts to struggle. Now, to be fair, we haven't seen that from Shevchenko here, because every time Maya's come forward and Shevchenko's attacked her, we've seen that thing where she fires the left hand down the middle, steps off the centre line. You know, that would mean Shevchenko would have to get in quite close to Andrade, which is what Andrade wants when she starts winging those big wide hooks. But it doesn't mean Shevchenko can't do that. We just haven't really seen it for a long time, because to be fair, Shevchenko does like to stand right in front of her opponent and pick them off. Jason's is saying he just doesn't see Shevchenko losing. She's better in every area. Alright guys, let's get this 5th round going. 5th round, Maya versus Shevchenko. Let's get going, guys. It starts at 27 minutes and 45 seconds. That's 27 minutes and 45 seconds. Let's go, guys. Let's get it going. 27 minutes, 45 seconds. Let's get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. It's brutal, Eric. It is absolutely brutal, mate. But thanks for bringing it up, Eric, mate. I really appreciate it. We have had a lot of bad luck this month in both pre-fight bets and live bets, mate. We're still in small profit on live betting this month, and we're down a bit on pre-fight bets. We've just had no luck, dude. This month, like I say, I honestly feel that Gregor Gillespie to beat Brad Riddell at odds of like 1.50 and Jeremy Stevens to beat Drakkar closer to even money. Honestly, mate, they were like 2 of the best bets I've seen in the last year. Definitely the 2 best bets I've seen this year. I was blown away last week by how many people were giving Drakkar closer a chance. I thought Stevens should have been closer to like a 1.3, 1.4 favourite, which would have been like minus 300, minus 250. It was such a good stylistic matchup for Stevens. And, you know, a few weeks back, we had our money in a really strong position on Gregor Gillespie. I thought that matchup against Riddell was going to be a cakewalk. And then, you know, for the Stevens fight to get cancelled as well, absolutely brutal. We just lost so many split decisions this month. We had a bet on, Modestas Bukauskas a few weeks back. I thought that was pretty clear, 29-28. Modestas. And even if we just look at MMA decisions, right, check out these losses that we've had in the last 4 weeks. So freaking frustrating. So we lost on Modestas Bukauskas, and you can see vast majority of people scored it for Bukauskas. We lost on we bet Naaman Gracie to beat Jason Jackson. And you can see majority of people scored the fight for Gracie. So that was 2 bets we should have won in the last 4 weeks. We bet Gauti Yamauchi to beat Dan Moret. As you can see, every single person scored the fight for Yamauchi. So we should have been 3-0 on those bets. 3-0. Last weekend, we bet on Godinez to beat Penne. And you can see the majority of people scored the fight for Godinez. So it's just absolutely fucking brutal bad luck this month. So yeah, those 4 losses, which should have been 4 winners, adding into the fact that the Gregor Gillespie and Jeremy Stephens fights got cancelled, I personally feel Stephens and Gillespie were semi-lock territory. Just frustrating, man. It's just been a real bad month where nothing's gone our way. It hasn't been a bad month in terms of profit and loss, to be fair. Like I say, we're in slight profit live. We're not down that much pre-fight. But we should have been... March should have been April should have been a huge month for us. And Lady Luck, the MMA gods, have not been kind to us. But what can you do, man? All you could do, don't bitch about it. You know, put your fucking boots back on. Get back to work every Monday on the fight research. Keep grinding. And you keep grinding out profits, right? But yeah, April's been a frustrating month, man, because not only have the judges really cost us some big money, but on top of that, you know, we've also had 2 fights cancelled on Stephens and Gillespie, which were just rock solid positions. Like, I will say right now, I think Stephens was the best bet I've seen in over a year at even money. Those odds were absolutely fucking bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. Stephens was literally the worst stylistic matchup imaginable for Closer. And for that fight to get cancelled, just so unlucky, man. Sucks. Absolutely fucking sucks. What can you do? We will keep grinding, man. We will keep going. Hopefully, we can finish a month strong with a profit on this card. Fingers crossed. Hopefully. Hopefully. What I'm really hoping for is that the Stephens versus Closer fight gets rescheduled. But I suppose it depends on how bad Closer's hurt. innit? If he's showing signs of, you know, concussion from whiplash or whatever with headaches and stuff, he could be out for a while. What's concussion protocol? Like 6 weeks in the Nevada State Athletic Commission? Anyway, that is that then. Let's take a look at let's go for I tell you what, let's take I want to segue into Andrade's fights against Namajunas and Zhang to take us into researching Zhang and Namajunas later on. But what we'll do, just to get a little look at Andrade, let's take a look at her last fight against Caitlin Chukagian. And then we'll start to be able to visualize how this fight might go after seeing a little bit of Andrade and a little bit of Shevchenko. We'll do that. So sync this fight up for me, guys. Sync it up. I'll grab you guys an ESPN Plus link if you're in the United States. Give me 2 seconds and then I'll catch up on comments as well. But this one, for all my homies in the US, sync this one up for me. Sync it up, guys. Also, for anyone wondering, you know that I while you sync this fight up for me, it starts at 1 minute 39. So you guys know every Monday I drop a video recapping the previous event where I go over our profit and loss from the previous event. Like we've got one here, we've got one here, we've got one here. Like I would basically do it every month. The reason why I haven't done these videos for a while is because I've basically been restructuring the way that content is posted to the website MMABettingTips.com. So for example, if we go to the lab, at the moment, if you go into the lab, you can see that I haven't had time to write out kind of like the theories behind each lab experiment. We've got the lab bets in, we've got the profitability chart in, but I just haven't had time to write this. And what I don't want to do is produce results videos, you know, like this with, you know, coming soon, because it just looks unprofessional as fuck. It just looks really shitty. So I'm going to try and get all this written up, all the updates finished by the end of April, and then I'll be back to doing the weekly recap videos then, where we'll start every week. We'll just go over our profit and loss, so that instead of you, like, who was it? Yeah, nice one, Eric. So instead of Eric talking about yeah, instead of Eric oh, Glise's reminding me of another one. Yo, I bet on Kish last week as well. I felt that was a robbery. See, we bet on Kish. I felt that was 29-28 Kish all day. I haven't checked MMA decisions though. That was another bad decision that I forgot about. Thank you for reminding me, Glise. So that would have been 0-5 on bets I should have gone 5-0 on. I thought that was clear as day for Kish. You are fucking dumb if you scored that fight for Cortez. What do you mean? How can you score that fight for Cortez? The only two possible scorecards in that fight were a draw if you give Tracy Cortez a 10-8 round 1 for absolutely dominating Kish on the ground. I don't hate this draw scorecard. The only two ways you can score this fight, if you understand how MMA fights are scored, a draw, if you go 10-8 round 1 Cortez, Kish round 2, Kish round 3, 10-8. You know, 10-8 draw round 10-8 in round 1 would make that fight a draw. Or 29-28 Kish if you give Tracy Cortez a 10-9 round 1. It's impossible for Cortez to win the fight 29-28 because she got outstruck in round 2 and knocked down in round 3. How the fuck do you score the fight for Cortez? It makes no sense. So that was another one. These motherfuckers need to learn how to score fights. And this fucking guy, Scott Fontana, please, my friend, never judge another fight ever again. Tracy Cortez got knocked down in round 3. So how did she win 30-27? She can't win the third round. She got knocked down. So, yeah, man, this is bad. So I should have been 5-0 on those bets. Modestas Bukauskas, Kish, Gracie, fucking Gauti Yamauchi, and Godinez should have been 5-0. Went 0-5. So even though I haven't lost that much money in April, I haven't lost much. We're doing all right. I should be up fucking big. Should be up really fucking big, which is annoying. So usually I wouldn't waste time talking about this shit on stream, but because I haven't been putting out those recap videos while I rebuild the site, I know you guys haven't been able to keep up to date with how we've been doing unless you're a member on the site. So I thought I'd go into that, and I'm just angry. We should be up huge. April should be a huge month for us, and it's not. It's not, which is very frustrating. And please, if you did score that fight 29-28 Cortez, where's the elbow? Oh, there we go. It came up there. If you did score the fight for Cortez, go and read. Where is it? Go. I'll put a link in Twitch and YouTube for you. If you did score the fight for Cortez, read this document which I'm about to share. It will just go into a little bit of detail on how MMA fights are supposed to be scored, and then you'll see why the Kish Cortez decision was so bad. It was a fucking bad one. Bad. Could be right, Solar. I have found a bit of footage on the Chinese debutants hyping, but not tons, mate. Not tons. Not loads, man. Alright, let's catch up on the YouTubes. What have we got? So, MTez is saying that Andrade said on Embedded this week that Valentina looked really weak on the ground against Maya. Agreed. Then they panned to a scene of the fight we just watched with Shev pinned up on the fence. Then Andrade said that's how they'll win. Interesting. You know what, boys? I do think Andrade gives Shevchenko hell on the ground. So, Aldo, come on, bro. Aldo is saying Andrade isn't as heavy as Maya. Come on, bro. Come on, dude. There's a big difference in physicality between Aldo and Andrade. If Maya and Andrade, right? If Maya can hold Shevchenko down, you bet your fucking ass Andrade can as well, dude. I promise you that. George Brownlee saying, I do like the value in Shevchenko inside the distance. So many holes in Andrade's stand-up game, which Valentina would pick up on quickly. Yep, I agree, man. Andrade is going to be a sitting duck to that knockout, right? And the thing is, Obviously, we have seen Valentina fight passively at times. Quite passive against Maya. Quite passive against Carmouche. Quite passive for long periods of the Caitlin Chukagian fight. She was in control but didn't do a lot. But what's interesting is, and we spoke about this, this is why we bet Andrei Arlovski last week, right? We bet Andrei Arlovski because what's Andrei Arlovski's biggest weakness at this stage in his career is that he's passive. He just doesn't throw a very high volume of strikes. He doesn't really let his hands go. But the reason why we bet Arlovski was because that was his only real weakness. And we said, because Chase Sherman is a guy that likes to come forward and attack, it's going to bring out the best in Arlovski, because when Sherman comes forward, Arlovski's going to be forced to open up to back him up. And that's exactly what happened, right? Sherman kept coming forward. Arlovski kept hammering his legs with the leg kicks, picking him off with the right hand, and Arlovski won very comfortably in the end, obviously after a little bit of drama in round 1, but he cruised in the second and third round. That's what's very interesting here about Shevchenko. Even though she hasn't looked particularly dangerous for long periods of the Chukagian fight or against Carmouche or Maya, Andrade's reckless style could bring out the best in Shevchenko, where if Andrade is just going to come forward and attack Shevchenko, Shevchenko is going to be forced to open up. And of course we know when Shevchenko does open up, she's fucking devastating. So I do get what you're saying. Like people are talking about betting this fight to go the distance and stuff. It's tricky because Andrade's style, where she comes forward with her hands down, blocking punches with her face, doesn't really lend itself very well to going up against someone as dangerous as Shevchenko. And like Glize said, there's a big difference between walking strawweights down and walking someone down that hits as hard as Shevchenko, right? Aldo bringing up a really good point. Aldo's bringing up a very good point. Because Andrade is shorter, she's got that lower centre of gravity at 5'1", it will make it easier for Shevchenko to head kick her. That's a great point, Aldo, dude. Very good point, mate. V. Kendra is saying, I think a lot of people are underestimating Andrade. I think she's got a better chance than Masvidal. Yeah, I would agree with that, dude. Actually, I would agree with that. Jake M is saying Valentina has nothing to prove. Not to say she can't KO Andrade with a big shot, but her safest bet is just outlanding and taking a clear decision. I do agree with that, man. Shevchenko just sticks to that counter-striking style, picks Andrade off from the outside, using Andrade's forward pressure against her. I agree, dude. George Brown is saying that Goiti fight was a complete robbery. It was a bad one. Mate, I'm still fucking salty, man. Very salty. Irish, we haven't researched Rose versus Zhang yet, mate. We're going to get into it soon. Alright, guys. Let's get into the next one. Glize saying he agrees Andrade's got a better chance than Masvidal. Solar Cowboy is saying, when people bring up Andrade's strength, I would like to remind everyone that she has fought a 14-foot monster named Amanda Nunes. Alright, guys. Let's get into it. Sync up the next one. Chukagian and Andrade. Sync it up. Let's get going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. What I've just noticed is Shevchenko against Maya was leading with the left hand. If she fights southpaw, that's going to be pretty dangerous for Andrade, because if Shevchenko's going to fight southpaw, obviously with Andrade being an orthodox stance fighter, they're going to be in that open striking stance, so the entire right side of Andrade's face is going to be wide open to the power left head kick of Shevchenko. From the footage we've seen, we don't really know what Shevchenko's head kicks are like from the southpaw stance. She didn't really throw any against Maya. But will be interesting to see if Shevchenko does come out southpaw, because we know she likes to switch stances from time to time. And we know, like Aldo said, Andrade's lower centre of gravity will make her more susceptible to the head kick. So we're seeing a bit of clinch work here from Chookagian. Doesn't look strong in this position at all. Chookagian easily got to that body lock and put Andrade's back against the cage. So Andrade's not looking too strong here. A little bit of head movement there from Andrade. We don't usually see that. Slipping that right hand at Chookagian. It's Andrade on the back foot here. You don't see that very often. But I will say Andrade doesn't look particularly strong in the clinch. Look at how easily Chookagian's able to get double underhooks and work her back off the cage. This was Andrade's first fight at flyweight as well. So you do see a lack of physicality from Andrade in this position. But then to be fair, we saw a lack of physicality from Shevchenko in this position as well. Neither girl's looking particularly strong in the clinch. And it's rare to see Andrade in the clinch, to be fair. Look how she's almost walking onto those knees, though. As Andrade comes forward, Chookagian looking to counter her with those knees. And that just speaks to Aldo's point about how much easier it's going to be to kick Andrade in the head. Nice high crotch single leg there from Andrade, straight into side control. Chookagian does a really good job of using that overhook to get back to her knees and pop back up. Such a weird finish to this fight. So fucking weird, man. Very, very weird ending. Alright, seen a little bit of Andrade there. We'll go and check out Carmouche against Shevchenko now. And send everyone to sleep because this fight was fucking terrible. There's not going to be anyone left watching this live stream after we're done here. But we do need to watch it. Unfortunately, it's just one of those things. Can't get away from it, man. So sync this fight up for me, guys. And we'll see if we learn anything new about Shevchenko here. Specifically, I'm going to be looking at, you know, if she does, or how often she fights southpaw. Because I do think southpaws are going to be a problem for Andrade. How she fights with her hands low. Tricky. So get this first round synced up for me. $38 of hell coming up. Now we'll try and whiz through it. 25 minutes of hell, right? But we do have to get through it. Hopefully this session will get a bit more excited once we're through this matchup. Researching Zhang and Namajunas later on should be great. I can't wait for that. So this first round between Shevchenko and Carmouche starts at 3 minutes and 5 seconds. That's 3 minutes and 5 seconds, boys. Sync it up. Sync it up. 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Let's get it going. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So Shevchenko southpaw here. She loves the lead with the left hand. We saw that against Maya. There wasn't tons of striking in the Maya fight. A lot of grappling and clinch work. But Shevchenko coming out southpaw again here. And that is bad news for Andrade. That open striking stance means that Shevchenko's power left head kick is going to be there all night, with Andrade fighting with her hands low. Speed of Shevchenko is going to be an issue, right? We saw her slip that head kick from Carmouche and then fire off a 5-strike combo in literally a second. Before Andrade fought Weili Zhang, she was seen as invincible, right? Zhang made her human again. And you can just see Shevchenko stalking Carmouche, waiting for her to attack so that she could fire back and counter. She's using her superior speed. What's up, Chris? Without research, mate, I do lean towards Zhang. Just because I think Zhang is a kind of fighter who's usually kryptonite for a fighter like Namajunas. Namajunas tends to struggle against fighters who won't go away. And we saw how tough Zhang was against Jędrzejczyk. If Zhang can walk Namajunas down, I think eventually Namajunas will wear down and then Zhang can put a hurting on her. But we don't know if she can do that, you know what I mean? Rose is dangerous, but I think if Zhang can make it out of the first 2 rounds, Rose is in a lot of trouble. For the same reason that we saw in the most recent Andrade fight. But we do know Zhang's striking defense is pretty bad, and the same thing that we've said about Andrade applies to Zhang as well, right? Where, you know, we were saying with Andrade, there's a big difference getting hit by strawweights compared to getting hit by Shevchenko. The same thing applies to Zhang. You know, there's one thing walking Jędrzejczyk down. You know, doesn't really have that kind of one-shot KO power compared to trying to do it to someone like Rose, who we know can hurt you really bad. It's a great fight. And you can see Shevchenko just playing the role of Matador here, looking to pick Carmouche off, but not a lot happening. Alright. Sync up round 2 for me. So round 2 starts in 9 minutes and 17 seconds. 9 minutes and 17 seconds. Sync it up, get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. What are the odds on Shevchenko by knockout? Not great, right? 3.0. Not great. That's not the kind of prop that gets me excited. Don't like that so much. Nice takedown offense there. One of the reasons why Shevchenko was able to shut that down so easily, though, is because Carmouche shot from so far outside of her range. But Carmouche did get in reasonably good on her legs. Shevchenko saw it coming from far out, cleared her legs, got that underhook in play on the left side. Nice work from Shevchenko. Jesus Christ, this fight is fucking boring, right? Fucking boring. Views have fallen off a cliff. Not good. Not that exciting at all. But, ironically, I do think this is the strategy that would work quite well against Andrade. Shevchenko, just stand off Andrade, wait for Andrade to commit and come forward, and then pick her off as she comes forward. I didn't like that strategy that Shevchenko was using against Jennifer Maia, where she kept trying to follow through with her left hand, and both girls ended up running into each other. This style is much better, where Shevchenko is just trying to use her superior speed just to pick Carmouche off. This is what she needs to do to Andrade. She doesn't want to let Andrade get in close to her. Because I do agree with Mtez. I do think that the ground is the one area where Andrade could have a lot of success. I think if it stays standing, Andrade is in big trouble. Shevchenko is just too fast. Too accurate. Hey, what's up, Joey, mate? Will be very, very interesting to go and watch Andrade against Namajunas in the most recent fight to see how much she struggled early. Jason's, what are the odds on Usman to win by decision? Terrible odds, man. I wouldn't touch that. 1.74. You're not getting a great risk to reward ratio there, mate. Alright. Sync up round 3 for me. Round 3 in Shevchenko versus Carmouche. Start at 15 minutes 29 seconds. Why did I think there was more grappling in this fight? There's been 0 grappling. Why did I think there was grappling? 1 takedown from Shevchenko. Alright, let's get this next one going. Sync it up, get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. You know what, Brett? Now that you said that, mate, I'm starting to get flashbacks. Brett Landfeld just said that from memory, Andrade didn't land a punch in round 1 against Rose. That's a problem, right? Because Rose slowed down, whereas we know Valentina won't. You know, if Andrade can't get this fight to the ground, it's not like Valentina's going to be worn down under the pressure that Andrade brings. You know what, guys? If the Masvidal-Usman fight does end inside the distance, I think it's more likely the Masvidal knocks Usman out. Just because Usman does seem to be one of these wrestlers that is playing striking a little bit too much. And his defense is very, very bad. Remember, he got wobbled early by Gilbert Burns. Usman's one of these guys that is, I think, really falling in love with striking. And the thing with Usman is, because he's never been knocked out, he has a lot of faith in his chin. You know, we've seen him get into an absolute firefight with Colby, and he was dinged and wobbled against Colby. He got wobbled against Gilbert Burns. You know, Usman is the type of guy that even though he has an easy path to victory, taking Masvidal down and controlling him on the ground, it wouldn't surprise me if Usman decides to play around a little bit in kickboxing range. I think that could get him into a lot of trouble against Masvidal. Oh, Joey took the words right out of my mouth. Joey literally just said the exact same thing. I agree with you, Joey, man. I think if the fight ends inside the distance, it's because Masvidal flash KOs Usman. But it's not that likely to happen. Yo, shout out to everyone watching this for me though, boys. I really appreciate it because this is fucking painful to watch. And instead of me being here by myself doing it, you're all here with me, which makes it a lot more bearable. I really appreciate it, guys. These sessions are way more fun with you guys researching these fights with me. I really appreciate it. And if you didn't know, if you are watching this on YouTube, I don't stream much on YouTube because the YouTube copyright algorithm is really, really aggressive. So there's a lot of stuff that I like to include in live streams that I can't include on YouTube streams because the streams would just get shut down and I'd get banned from YouTube. So if you do like these streams, I stream my research for every single UFC fight. So if you want to watch more, check me out on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Diary of a Pro Gambler. I'll drop a link in for you. After we're done with this session, I'm going to go straight over and research another fight on Twitch. That's another really good point. So Brett Landfeld is saying because Usman's coach now is Trevor Whitman, who's a predominantly striking-based coach. Let's be realistic. Usman went to train with Whitman to improve his striking, right? The worry is Usman will be, wanting to showcase his striking improvements or want to make a statement and shut Masvidal up. Because you know all the shit that Masvidal's going to talk, right? You know that if Usman just ties Masvidal up, drives him into the cage, wet blankets him for 5 rounds, Masvidal's going to say, you didn't really beat me though. You didn't really beat me, you just humped my leg for 5 rounds. We already know Masvidal talks like this. And Usman's a hot-headed guy, you know? That's another really good point, Taz. Taz is saying if Usman couldn't put away a short notice Masvidal, what makes us think putting away a full camp Masvidal is going to be possible? Alright, so sync up round 4 for me, guys, which starts at 21 minutes and 40 seconds. Yo, that's what I'm worried about, Spiz. You literally took the words out of my mouth, mate. That is, do you know when I just said a few minutes ago, now that, what Brett Landfeld said, now that Usman's training under Trevor Whitman, a predominantly striking-based coach, Usman might want to showcase his striking. Literally, mate, when I said that, I had fucking Kay Hansen's stupid Instagram post in my head, where she was like, sorry for not taking Corey McKenna down and fucking dominating her. I wanted to showcase my striking instead. Fighters do that shit all the time, right? Look at Godinez from this past weekend. The whole time that fight was in kickboxing range, she was literally cruising. Literally every time Godinez opened up and threw a punch, it looked like she was going to knock Jessica Penne out. And for whatever reason, rather than just keeping the fight in kickboxing range, using her physicality in reverse to prevent Penne from getting to the clinch, what does Godinez do? Keeps trying to fucking take Penne down to showcase her grappling, or whatever the fuck rationale it was, that ended up making the fight a lot closer than it needed to be. That's what I worry about with guys like Usman, man. And we have seen flashes of it, right? We have seen flashes of it. Usman at times doesn't use as much grappling as he should. There were long periods of the first Masvidal fight where, he stood in front of Masvidal and kickboxed. Just Masvidal looked really flat, right? You couldn't really punish him. Alright. Let's get into this 4th round. Keith A is saying Masvidal to win by knockout is plus 450 on Bet Online. I wouldn't bet it myself, Keith, personally, mate. Just because Usman's never been knocked out. Masvidal didn't come close to knocking him out in the first fight. I wouldn't take that myself, dude. But I'm just talking, if the fight is going to end inside the distance, I don't think it's going to be Usman getting the finish. I think it's more likely to be Masvidal. Let's get this 4th round going, though. 4th round, Shevchenko, Carmouche, sync it up, get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, and guys, if you are watching on YouTube, I'd really appreciate you hitting the like button for me. I would appreciate that a lot. Cheers, boys. Thanks a lot, guys. So, Shevchenko's style in this fight has been a style which I think can give Andrade tons of trouble. Like I say, number 1, she's southpaw. Number 2, she's not following through on her strikes like she did against Maya. I really disliked that because it was giving Maya an opportunity to tie up with her. Put her in the clinch or work for takedowns. Not that Maya had much success with that, but Andrade might. So I like here how Shevchenko is using her footwork just to stay at a safe distance and pick Carmouche off. That style is going to be a lot more effective against Andrade. So Shevchenko in this fight is showing us the style to give Andrade hell. And like I say, her being southpaw to Andrade's orthodox, Andrade is going to be wide open to that power left head kick. Hey, what's up, Double Leg? Good to see you, dude. How you doing, mate? After we're done with these female fights, I do want to do one more off the main card. Jim Crute is super interesting to me as a potential bet. This one probably wouldn't take long to research as well, because so many of his fights have ended so quick. What about Anthony Smith? So we could do Jim Crute against Anthony Smith, or maybe even Whiteman against Hall. Don't think this one will take long to do either. This one might take a while, actually. So we could do Crute Smith later. Yeah, you know what, Joey? I'm not that high on Crute either, but I think Smith's takedown offense is so bad and he's so accepting of being on the bottom that I just think he's going to make life easy for Crute. And I don't rate Smith's stand-up at all. It's like he's fighting underwater. It wasn't always like that, right? It wasn't always like that. When Smith first came into the light heavyweight division, he looked quite sharp. But it's been a long time since he looked sharp standing. Yeah, we'll do it, MTez, but we'll research Crute versus Smith over on Twitch. Just because there's going to be some stuff I'm going to want to show you that the YouTube algorithm will go fucking crazy over and give me a hard time about. So if you guys don't follow me on Twitch, head over to Twitch. The link for my Twitch channel is in the description below. That's where we'll do the Crute versus Smith session once we're done with these women's MMA fights. So head on over to Twitch. I only do one stream a week on YouTube just because, like I say, the YouTube copyright algorithm is a bastard. So fucking aggressive. Like, I literally can't show you guys anything. Whereas on Twitch, it's a lot more flexible. Because at the end of the day, I should be able to show you guys little clips of stuff. It should be fine under the fair use copyright laws. But I can't show you dick on YouTube, because as soon as I bring up any other piece of content, boom, YouTube just take the stream straight down. And then I get banned from streaming on here for like a week. Or a month, or even fucking worse, forever. Kazalek asking for thoughts on the Askren fight. It's a shame it got stopped, man. It is a shame the fight got stopped when it did. I think it was a very, very, very early stoppage, man. There was one camera angle that showed it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it, but we'll try. There was the camera angle on the broadcast didn't show it that well, but there's another camera angle of someone sat cage side, and it shows that it was a real early stoppage. Let me just make sure I haven't got audio on. Alright guys, sync up round 5 for me as well, and we'll see if we can find this clip. And again, I gotta be real careful, because even showing shit like this can get my stream taken down. Where was it? So sync up round 5 for me, guys. I'll see if I can find this clip. Probably can't. Also gotta keep an eye on YouTube, because their copyright algorithm's fucking nuts. You know what it's like, man. Social media is always the same. When you're not looking for the clip, it's all over your timeline. And when you actually want the clip, you can't find it. Yeah, this is the clip. This is the clip. Watch this. Right, so we'll watch this now. Look at how... Oh, they're going to cut. Oh, fuck's sake. It's this camera angle, but it goes on for a bit longer, where you can see Askren kind of recovering. Or recovered. I gotta keep an eye on YouTube, because like I say, their copyright algorithm's mad. Oh, it's this camera angle. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Right, so let me just turn this down. So Askren gets knocked out, right? Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. So he gets back up. So the referee's counting. Now he's definitely still on wobbly legs here. Completely on wobbly legs. Watch what happens. He's on wobbly legs for sure. But the ref turns away. The ref turns away to deal with Jake Paul. And by the time he comes back to Askren, Askren is walking fine. There's no reason to stop this fight. Watch. So he's definitely wobbly here. Right? Watch this. Look at the difference between here. So he's 100% wobbly. But they're only on... I don't know what count they're on, but they're not obviously at the 10 count. The ref turns away to deal with Jake Paul, and by the time he comes back to Askren, Askren's steady on his feet and walking fine. Watch this. See? Watch. He's fine now. He's fine. He's fine. He's not stumbling. He's fine. And no, look at this, right? Look at this, right? Look. So he's fine now. Whoa, shit, I need to stop that from happening. He's fine here. Right? He's ready to go. The referee's not even looking at him. By the time he turns back... Watch. Referee turns back. Askren's fine now. He's ready to go. Obviously, he's still hurt. I'm not saying he's 100% recovered, but he's got his legs back underneath him. Look at the referee. So Askren's fine. Like, he's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm ready to go. He's good. I'm ready to go. Ref's like, walk to me. Askren's like, fine, I'll walk to you. Ref stops the fucking fight. Like, why? For what? Literally for what? Watch this. Watch this. Askren's fine. The ref's like, okay, walk to me. He's like, okay, I'll walk to you. He's fucking fine. The ref stops it. I don't fucking know what's going on, man. I don't know. Look, I'm not saying that the outcome would have changed. I'm not saying that Askren... I'm not saying the outcome would have changed, right? I'm not saying Jake Paul wouldn't have walked across the ring and knocked him out dead in the next 10 seconds. But when you look at how much damage Nate Robinson was allowed to take compared to how much damage Ben Askren was allowed to take, worlds apart. Worlds apart. Robinson was definitely still on shaky legs when that fight was allowed to continue after the first knockdown, and yet Askren wasn't given the opportunity to fight through that knockdown. And the thing that's so annoying about it is we knew Ben would be in a lot of trouble early. We knew this. Jake is a superior boxer, but the thing that we know, a trend that has played out over and over and over and over again since the beginning of combat sports, right? Chael Sonnen was talking about it all last week. I was talking about it a lot last week. We know that young, inexperienced fighters, young, hungry bulls, struggle to control their emotions. And Jake Paul had literally had 2 pro fights. How do we know that had the referee let this continue, we wouldn't have seen Jake Paul adrenaline dump off this knockdown, become demoralised that he's just landed his best shot on Askren and Askren's still there in his face, and we wouldn't have seen Askren fade into the second, the third and the fourth if Askren could have continued to survive. Who knows if Askren's just a slow starter and he was slow to react, and after eating that big right hand after Jake, you know, his defense would have looked a lot better as the fight continued. So, for me, take nothing away from Jake Paul, he looked amazing. Absolutely amazing. You know, he knocked down Ben Askren when a lot of guys who are very, very dangerous, very skilled strikers throughout the history of MMA were not able to knock Ben Askren down. They weren't able to do what Jake Paul did. Massive kudos to Jake, but that was an early stoppage. And for those people that say, you know, it didn't change anything, Askren looked terrible, there's no way Jake Paul would have won, please learn combat sports. Because honestly, you have no idea what you're talking about. By your logic, Andrei Arlovski was doomed after the first 3 minutes against Chase Sherman, where Chase Sherman wobbled him in round 1. You know, Andrei Arlovski was in trouble in round 1 against Chase Sherman. You know, he was covering up against the cage. Sherman was catching him with some big shots. If the referee would have jumped in and stopped the fight, would you have gone and said Andrei Arlovski had no chance of winning, he was doomed? We know Andrei Arlovski was able to, you know, weather the early storm, use his experience, then to go on, win the second round, win the third round, and win the fight. Very frustrating. This was an early stoppage. And like I say, no one knows what would have happened next. Jake Paul could have walked across the ring, knocked Askren out in the next 10 seconds. But, on the flip side, Askren also could have tightened up, done a lot better, defended himself, dragged Jake into the second and third round where Jake would have adrenaline dumped off the knockout and the fight would have got interesting as fuck. So it's just annoying. Very, very early stoppage. I'll play it one more time. Watch. Ben is hurt very bad here. Wobbly legs. Watch it in real time. I won't pause. Real time. Wobbly legs. The ref looks away from Ben to deal with Jake. By the time the ref goes back to Askren, Askren's legs are steady. He's ready to go. Watch. He says, walk towards me. Ben walks towards him and the ref stops it. What the fuck, man? Drives me fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy. Very frustrating. Early stoppage, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I don't know if it was rigged or incompetent refereeing. I like to give organisations the benefit of the doubt and say, you know, just bad refereeing, but it shouldn't have been stopped. I will say that. Alright then, let's get into, alright, let's go. Alright, we're fucking done here anyway. We are done. Let's get into the next fight. Let's go. We will check out, let's go and check out Andrade's fights against Namajunas. And then hopefully we should start to see, you know, how Andrade is likely to defend herself against Shevchenko in kickboxing range. So we'll kick things off by taking a look at Andrade's first fight against Namajunas. So sync this one up for me. Sync it up. And I'll grab you guys a ESPN Plus link now. Let me just grab the link for you guys. Sorry about this. Here's ESPN link if you are still in the US. I fucking hate parlays, double leg, dude. You know me, man. I hate parlays, mate. It doesn't matter who you, mate. It doesn't matter who you'd ask me to parlay. My standard response for parlays, mate, I fucking hate them. Although I will say this, double leg. I will say this. To try and prove the parlay theory for once and for all, I am going to start a parlay lab experiment this week. So you know how the parlays disappeared from the prop bets page just while we're working on updating the site? What I'm going to do this week, dude, I'm going to add a parlay section to the lab bets. I'll be building that probably tonight or tomorrow, and so from this weekend on the lab on this page we'll start to do parlays and we'll see how it goes, man. And we'll add parlays in there every week, see if we can make some money from them. Yeah, that's more along the lines of what I'm going to be trying to do, Joey. Because when we did like the 3 different parlays for each event, by the end it just got to a point where I was kind of railroaded into doing parlays that were in that format. By putting the parlays into the lab experiment, it gives me more flexibility where if I don't want to do like a 4 or 5 leg parlay for that first parlay I used to give out weekly, I can just do like maybe a 2 or 3 leg. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, man, we're gonna do parlays in the lab this week. So sync up round 1 for me anyway, guys, in Namajunas Andrade 1. Yeah, hyping, man. I'm not a fan of parlays at all, dude. But I thought I'll do this lab experiment so once and for all we can kind of see whether they're worth doing long term. I don't think they are personally, but maybe the experiment will prove us wrong, right? This was the whole point of the lab, right? To test theories. The whole point of the lab is to test theories, and we've learned a lot from the lab. This kind of experimentation will enable us to keep up with the ever-changing nature of our sport. It will also help us develop the optimum style of betting to maximise the money we can make betting on MMA. So we're going to find out, man, are props worth it? Not props, sorry, lab bets. Not lab bets, I can't get words out. Are parlays worth it? That's what we're going to do. We're going to figure out if they're worth it. And it will be interesting to see what the results are. I'm going to put like a range of... I'm going to put a range of bets into the parlays, like a range of different types of parlays. Like I will go for huge lottery ticket ones, but like Joey said, I'll also go for like the smaller ones, like the perceived safer ones. Oh, Canada, man. Canada is saying Usman and Shevchenko 100%. Dude, show me a parlay which has a 100% probability of winning, and I will show you a flying pig. Is that a good deal? Alright. What have we got? Early morning saying never does more than a 2-leg parlay. So Keith is saying that he finds it hard to believe they would have stopped the fight if Paul was knocked down like that. It's tricky, right, dude? I would like to say it's incompetent refereeing, but it was an early stoppage, man. It was a weird one. Alright. Hey, what's up, Rookie? Rookie, I did add some bets into the lab, dude. Go check them out, man. We added some in earlier on, mate. We added a few only a couple lab bets. I don't feel great about the even money bet, if I'm honest with you, but there's a great bet in the over-under section, which I really like a lot. Alright, guys, let's get this first round going. Sync it up, get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So we know what Shevchenko likes to do, right? She likes to stay at a safe distance and pick her opponents off as they come forward. But she's not as light on her feet. She's not as mobile as Namajunas. Much more planted. What I would say is quite interesting about what we've just seen is when Andrade came forward to try and tie up with Namajunas, Namajunas didn't want to let Andrade get anywhere near her, right? She circled away, didn't want to go to the clinch. What I will say is every time we've seen someone look to initiate the clinch with Shevchenko, she's been fine with it. Now that could be because Shevchenko comes from a Muay Thai background, right? So she's comfortable in the clinch, but if Andrade wants to get to the clinch, I think she'll have an easier time getting to the clinch with Shevchenko than she did with Namajunas. So as we're watching this, high crotch single leg from Andrade, Kimura from Rose to prevent her from getting that. Very, very, very active guard from Namajunas. And remember, we're studying Namajunas as well now, because we're going to segue into that Weili Zhang fight. From memory, Weili Zhang looked super low level on the ground against Tisha Torres. So the ground is a major part of the victory for Rose against Zhang. But one thing we are seeing early is Andrade take a lot of damage. We're talking about the speed of Shevchenko, and we can see the speed of Namajunas causing Andrade big trouble here. Where she's just picking her off and circling away. Andrade's really, really struggling with the speed of Rose. Now we get to see a little bit of Andrade off her back. She's gone to butterfly guard. Trying to, very, very active off the bottom though from Andrade. Trying to create space for herself to pop back up. Namajunas staying on top of her though. Andrade turns into Rose, gets to her knees and pops back up. Very, very nice. Look at the pressure from Andrade though. Now she's starting to get really aggressive and close the distance, but she's walking right onto that big counter left-hander Rose. I am very much interested in how much pressure Zhang put on young Jacek. To see if she can, if she could keep coming forward, pressuring Rose and wearing Rose down like we've seen Andrade do twice now. So sync up round 2. I think if Zhang tries to win the fight in kickboxing range, she might be in a lot of trouble. So sync this up. It starts at 9 minutes and 47 seconds. 9 minutes 47 seconds. Alright, let's get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Thing is legacy, man, right? When it comes to making money from fighting, like live betting on combat sports is where I make the majority of my cash, right? I can assure you Askren wasn't done there. The thing is, the thing that really does my nut in about people when it comes to combat sports, it's like Canada earlier on, you know, 100% chance Usman and Shevchenko win. It's really, really, really important when it comes to making money from combat sports to just keep a real open mind. Because as soon as you set up camp and you form a strong opinion, your brain shuts off to the possibility of that scenario not playing out. So when I'm evaluating a situation, you want to look at all possibilities, right? It is very possible that Askren was done and Jake Paul could have walked across the ring, KO'd him dead in 10 seconds, right? 100% possible. It's also very, very, very possible that Askren got caught cold, would have had enough striking defense to survive the remaining minute in the round or 50 seconds left or wherever it was, get back to his corner, get his head back in the game, protect himself better in the second and third round, drag Jake deeper into the fight where he could start to wear on him. That's perfectly reasonable. Nothing that I saw in that first round told me that that wasn't equally possible as Jake walking across the ring and KOing him dead in 10 seconds. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where you really, really, mate, and honestly, I don't know if you live bet combat sports, but if you do, you really, really have to get out of rigid thinking, because if you really become, you know, sold on an idea or sold on an opinion, you won't be able to read momentum swings, and that will cost you money. If you're open to all possibilities, you can spot early signs that those possibilities are starting to play out. And if you can look at a video and just 100% know the outcome, man, I just don't know how you do that. I certainly don't have that skill. It's a major skill if you can, mate. But like I say, man, lots and lots of scenarios over the last 20 years of watching combat sports where young, hungry bulls have hurt, beat up old veterans early and gone on to lose because they adrenaline dump, they get carried away, they don't know how to manage their emotions, and they get themselves into trouble. It happens, man. It happens. So to say that, you know, Askren was done, it's a crazy statement in my opinion, and that is a crazy knockout. Very, very bad. Cool. So what we did see there was Andrade take tons and tons and tons of damage. The speed and the movement of Namajunas caused the major issues. What is interesting though is I do feel Andrade was looking for the clinch and looking for the takedown a lot more in that fight than I remember her doing in the rematch against Rose and also against Chukagian. So what I was worried about here was, even though Andrade may be able to cause Shevchenko issues on the ground, I was worried that we were going to see a situation like with Brendan Allen where we just can't trust her to try and work to get the fight to the ground. But it felt there like when Andrade was coming forward with a lot of pressure, she wasn't doing it to load up on those big winging hooks that we know she likes to throw. She was instead doing it to try and tie Rose up. Now that's interesting because we've seen Shevchenko very willing to tie up with Maya and go to the clinch. So it may not be as hard for Andrade to get to Shevchenko as it was for Andrade to get to Rose. But at the same time, like we were saying, man, Rose hits hard, but she is still a strawweight. And we saw Andrade take big damage in that first round. I'm not sure she can take those kind of shots from someone like Shevchenko, you know? It's tough, man. Tough, mate. Tough. Alright, boys. Let's get into... Alright, let's watch the Weili Zhang fight now. Let's check out this Weili Zhang fight. Let's get it going. Let's go. So, we will sync up. Here it is. So, sync up this first round for me, guys. This is the ESPN Plus link coming to you. Alright, sync it up, guys. Hey, what's up, Matern? So, how long does this fight last? 42 seconds. You know what, guys? Instead of syncing this up, let's just watch this fight separately. 42 seconds. Let's just get through it. Let's just go for it. 42 seconds. Let's just get through it, guys. Don't bother syncing up, man. It's 42 seconds. Let's just watch it. So I'm starting it now. So interesting. Zhang is much lighter on her feet than Shevchenko as well. Circling away from Andrade like Rose did. Now what I want to see here is how badly hurt was Andrade off the initial shot, and how much of the illegal elbows to the back of the head contributed to getting the fight done. See, now that's the problem. The recklessness. Mate, how this fight didn't get stopped for like disqualification, I will never know. Literally like fucking 6 elbows to the back of the head. What's really tough about that fight is the initial shot hurt Andrade, but then she got to the clinch, and who knows how well Andrade would have recovered had Zhang not continued to hurt her with those elbows in the clinch. Like, watch it back. I'm watching it back now. So Andrade gets wobbled off after the first left hook that lands, and she falls into the clinch with Zhang. She gets dinged off the right hook, falls into the clinch, and then she ties up with Zhang, and they're in the clinch. But then you see 1, 2, 3 hard elbows to the back of the head, and the referee warns her. Another illegal elbow. That's 4, 5. 5 illegal elbows. Who knows, man? Who knows? It just bothers me watching it, man. It does bother me. There's no consistency to MMA. There's no consistency. You know, you look at a situation, you know, a few weeks back in one, with the fight involving Eddie Alvarez. How were the shots that landed to the back of the head in that fight any different to the elbows that Zhang landed there? What's tough about that performance is Andrade was able to get to the clinch after being rocked with that right hand. How much of those 5 illegal elbows to the back of the head contributed to Andrade getting overwhelmed and not being able to recover? It is a tough one. But the right hook from Zhang does show that Andrade is wide open to taking big damage, especially when she's facing someone that can effectively strike while moving backward. That was a beautiful right hook that Zhang landed moving backward, and we know Shevchenko can do that. She demonstrated that against Carmouche. Not so much against Jennifer Maia, but against Carmouche, really good ability to fight while moving backward. Now the problem is, if we look at Valentina Shevchenko's record, she hasn't really fought any pressure fighters. Apart from, ironically, Zombie Girl, Priscilla Kushera. I'm not sure that is a direct comparison. You know, Maya, happy to fight in kickboxing range. Chukagian, counter-striker. Carmouche, wrestler. Jessica I, bit of everything, right? You know, Jacek, happy to fight in kickboxing range. Kushera is a pressure fighter, to be fair, but a very low-level one. Nunes, happy to fight in kickboxing range. Pena, a wrestler. Homer, counter-striker. We've covered Nunes. Kaufman, just happy to chill in kickboxing range. So, we haven't really seen anyone, you know, that will look to pressure Shevchenko in the same way that Andrade will. But Shevchenko's shown a pretty good ability to counter when she's focused on counter-striking. So, Matthew Adams is saying legal shots all day. My God, dude. My God. My God. My God. Do you know what, Matthew? I wish you were right, mate, because I think it would take away some of the ambiguity in the sport. But under the rules, dude, they were definitely illegal elbows. All right. Let's go. Let's get into the next one. So, if we take a look at, we'll take a look at the Namajunas versus Andrade second fight. So I'll drop a link in for you guys. Sync this one up for me, guys. Let's get it going. Let's go. I'll grab an ESPN Plus link for you guys as well. And Brett Landerfeld earlier on said that in this matchup, Andrade didn't land a punch in round 1, which is obviously a big red flag, especially when you're going up against someone that moves as well as Shevchenko with the kind of, defense that Shevchenko has. Very, very hard to get to her, right? Unless she actually actively chooses to stand in front of you and exchange. Which, to be fair, she kind of did a lot of against Maya. But didn't do any of against Carmouche. So sync up the first round. Andrade Namajunas won. On Fight Pass, this starts at 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Now, what's very interesting to pay attention to in this fight is there's obviously a big momentum swing that takes place in this matchup where Rose obviously does really well in the first 2 rounds and struggles bad in the third. So what we want to be paying attention to here is, at what point does the momentum swing come? Does that come because Namajunas gasses, or does that because Andrade lands a big shot and crushes her nose? What causes the momentum swing? If the momentum swing comes because Namajunas gasses, how hard is Rose forced to work in the first 2 rounds? That's really significant, because if we think about it, this is a 25-minute title fight against Weili Zhang, and so we know Weili likes to push a high pace, right? The sheer number of strikes that were landed in the Joanna Jędrzejczyk fight, I think they broke some kind of record, right, for joint number of strikes landed. What we need to see is, what pace is Rose forced to fight at, and then when we go and look at the Zhang versus Joanna Jędrzejczyk fight, we'll take a look at Zhang's output and see how likely it is that Namajunas is going to be able to hang with Zhang for 5 rounds. That's what I'm looking at here. I can't remember if the momentum swing came because Namajunas gassed or because she got hurt bad after breaking her nose, but we'll find out now. Let's get into it. It starts at 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So sync it up, get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Because what I kind of remember about this fight was, in the first matchup between Andrade and Namajunas, Andrade did put a lot of pressure on Namajunas, kept walking her down, forcing her to fight in an uncomfortable range, whereas here, I don't think there was anywhere near as much pressure as from Andrade. I think she stayed in that kickboxing range and tried to win a kickboxing match against a superior kickboxer. So we'll be you've got to keep a close eye here on how much energy Rose is being forced to exert. The one downside to Rose Namajunas' fighting style is that it does involve a lot of footwork, and obviously when you're bouncing around and moving, you're burning through a lot of energy. Far less energy than someone like Shevchenko, whose style of striking is to just stand in front of her opponent, read what they're doing and pick them off. All this bouncing around, all this footwork, all this movement from Rose is what makes her great, because she's very difficult to read. She comes at you from strange angles with shots you don't see coming, but at the same time, it does take a lot of energy, and we have seen Rose slow down in the past because of it. Alex Picciano is saying that Andrade showed much better head movement in this fight than the first one. Seen a little bit of it there, right, where she's slipping the jab of Rose. But then, even though she is showing a lot of head movement, as she comes forward, Rose is still having decent success picking her off with that jab. So, Picciano's right here. Lots of head movement from Andrade. Tons of head movement. But she's just kind of moving side to side as opposed to reacting to what Rose is doing, which means Rose is still picking her off because she's able to read that side to side head movement. And you look, old habits die hard. Once the head movement's not working for Andrade, she just starts coming forward, winging big hooks. And she can't get near Rose in this round. Brett was right. Andrade's just swinging at air. I really, really, really am looking forward to seeing Zhang's approach to some of her past fights, because against Andrade, she counter-struck, right? She invited Andrade onto her and just picked her off as she come forward. I think in order to cause Namajunas a problem, you've got to pressure her and wear her down. So it'll be interesting to see if that's a strategy that Zhang's employed in the past. And one telltale sign that Rose is starting to slow down is where you'll see less footwork from her. So you know in round 1 where she's kind of light on her feet and bouncing around, when you see her start to plant her feet more and back Andrade up just by trading, that's a sign that Rose is starting to get tired. And that could be how she ended up getting her nose broken, where she didn't have the energy to keep circling away from Andrade, so she stood her ground, and that's when she ate, one of the big hooks. Already towards the end of this first round, we're seeing Rose look a little bit flatter. Notice how at the very beginning of this round, she's very light on her feet. She had good pop in her shots, whereas now she's just a little bit flatter. You're not seeing it so much in this range, in this kickboxing range, but you will see it when Andrade starts to come forward. You'll see that Rose isn't moving as well. When she's catching Andrade with the counter strikes, they won't have the shots won't have as much on them. They're not going to hurt Andrade as much. Notice how just the hand speed of Rose is a little bit slower. So sync up round 2 for me. Now, Rose has just had a minute to recover in between rounds, so she's going to look a little bit sharper at the beginning of this round. But 2-3 minutes into this round, you'll probably start to see the same flatness. So sync up round 2 for me, which starts at 8 minutes and 49 seconds. That's 8 minutes 49 seconds on Fight Pass. Round 2. Namajunas, Andrade. Let's get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So when Andrade comes forward now, we're looking at hand speed of Rose, footwork. Notice how Rose isn't bouncing around as much in this round. She's a little bit flatter. Can you see that flatness? Remember how light on her feet she was in round 1? That's gone now. She's planting her feet much more, and that's tiredness. It takes a lot of energy to bounce around an octagon for 15 minutes. And because Rose is flatter now, it's easier for Andrade to get to her. So she becomes easier to hit. Remember in round 1 when Rose had the energy to stay light on her feet, Andrade couldn't get near her. Whereas now, because Rose is more flat-footed because she's getting tired, when Andrade comes forward and attacks, Rose isn't backing up and circling away, so it's easier for Andrade to get to Rose. And one of the big tells that Rose is getting tired is look at her hand speed. Compare her hand speed now compared to round 1. Nowhere near as sharp. And you can see that by the fact that Andrade isn't doing anything different. She still stood in front of Namajunas. But Namajunas is not having anywhere near as much success landing. That's because she's not as fast, she's not as sharp. So I do think the momentum swing is largely down to Rose getting a bit tired here. And that could be an issue against Zhang, because as we've seen in the Joanna Jędrzejczyk fight, she could fight at a really high pace for 25 minutes. Notice how Rose just comes forward and almost gets caught cold with an uppercut from Andrade. Those kind of shots weren't there for Andrade in round 1. And that's because instead of bouncing around on the outside and using Andrade's pressure against her, Rose now is planting her feet, standing right in front of Andrade. Very interesting because we saw Zhang have a lot of success in this range against Jędrzejczyk. She inflicted big damage in this range against Jędrzejczyk. Very, very, very interesting. Zhang is a different... Rose is a different fighter in round 2 compared to how she looked in round 1. Will be interesting to go and compare the performances of Rose and Zhang against Jędrzejczyk, a common opponent. See exactly how much success Rose had against Jędrzejczyk, into the 3rd, 4th and 5th rounds. I think that'll really give us a strong read on this fight. I'm feeling you there, Brett, dude. What are the odds on Zhang? They are declining a little bit in the last 24 hours. Average of about 1.50, right, which is minus 200. 67% implied probability. Based on what I'm seeing here and based on what I remembered between Zhang and Jędrzejczyk, Zhang is getting a little bit tempting here. Rose has looked way flatter in round 2. What round did she knock Jędrzejczyk out in? Round 1. Says it all. When she's at her most dangerous. Round 1. She looks very dangerous in round 1. Very dangerous. Round 2, not so dangerous. So sync up round 3 for me. So round 3 starts at 15 minutes and 4 seconds. 15 minutes and 4 seconds. Sync it up. Nice one, Joey, mate. Let's get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. We're round 3 of the second Andrade Namajunas fight. Yo, Master Bates, help me out, dude. I'm booked in for my COVID vaccine on Saturday night. What do I do? Master Bates, help me out. My dad is 75 years old. He's worried about catching COVID. He's telling me my dad is telling me to take it. My dad's 75 years old. He's very worried about COVID. My dad is telling me, for his safety and the safety of others in the family, I have to take it. What do you think, Master Bates? What do you think? You're right, Hype, and it really does. Yo, Joey, man. Hopefully we come out of it okay. Joey, if we don't, bro, we're going down together, mate. You know, Joey, we're going down together, mate. If it turns out to, like, if we grow, like, I don't know, third eye or something. Yo, I will say this about COVID. A friend of mine died this week from COVID, and he's only 42, which is quite scary. Just a regular dude, healthy dude, like not like overweight or anything. Just a 42-year-old guy. He's been in hospital for 7 weeks with COVID, and he died because basically COVID damaged his lungs so bad he had no healthy tissue left in his lungs. He couldn't breathe. So You know, when you got a friend that dies, do you know what I mean? When you got a friend that dies, it does make it a lot more real. And I know like 2 people that have died. Well, actually, technically, I know 3 people that have died, but actually, like 2 friends that died. You know, the third person was just like knew of them. You know, so man, scary shit. You know, Moose, you're just a regular dude as well, Moose. You know what I mean? Just a regular guy, man. You know, just a regular dude. It's brutal. Oh, you know, boys, it's not my loss. Like, I used to work with him, you know? Just a really good guy. But just a very, very good person. Like, you know what? You know, like, you know one of those people, man, that when they die, there's, like, tons of people on Facebook are, like, really upset about it. And that's usually a measure of a good person because it's just a sign that that person had an impact on so many people. It's just, like, when you see, like, you know, people you know... Because the thing is, right? The thing is, you see like conspiracy theories with COVID and vaccines and stuff, and like we all kind of have fun looking into them and stuff and talking about them and thinking about them. But then when you actually know someone who like, you know, was 42, was healthy, has kids, regular dude, like you know him, when like people like that die, it's kind of like a wake up call, right? It's a wake up call. You know what I mean? That at the end of the day, the vaccine could be really bad, but COVID could be really fucking bad too. You know what I'm saying? Like the vaccine's bad, but COVID could be fucking bad. It's like lose-lose. You know what I mean? No way. So Alex Picciano is saying that there's a 100% survival rate after the vaccine. Is that true? Is that true, Alex? What's up, Roy? What's up, Luis? Good to see you, dude. Yo, you guys know the only downside of the vaccine, boys. I will warn you. Yo, is the vaccine rough? Because, boys, guess what? This weekend, I'm booked in to have the vaccine at 7:30 p.m. Saturday night. And then we live bet 4 hours later. You know what I'm saying? 4 hours later, boys, we live bet. So this fucking vaccine better not wipe me out. Otherwise, it's going to be tricky. So, anyway. Oh, brilliant. I think that's probably the one I'm having, Luis. How quick do you feel the effects? I've got a live bet. I've got a live bet after having it. 7:30 Saturday night I'm booked in for. We live bet from 11 p.m. No, yeah, 7:30 p.m. We got a live bet from 11:30 p.m. Is that going to be possible? I'll just have to fucking swing for the fences, boys. We'll just have to do it, man. What's the worst that could happen? You know what I mean? But yeah, Saturday night. I thought, do you know what? That's crazy. Out of all the days of the week that I could have the vaccine, no, I fucking can't return. You know what I mean? Out of all the days from the book me in, I got a letter saying I'm booked in for Saturday. Because in the UK, I don't know how it works in other countries, but in the UK, they basically send a letter to you, just basically telling you where to go and what time. It's not like you book them in, like they tell you where you have to go. So yeah, I'm booked in 7:30 Saturday night. Fucking sucks. Fucking sucks. But it'll take more than a fucking vaccine to take me down, boys. Do you know what I'm worried about though, Matern? Do you know what I'm worried about? I'm worried. I'm really worried it's that fucking bitch Denise Coates. I'm worried it's that bitch Denise Coates. I'm worried after the kicking we gave her last weekend that she's like, we got to do something. That's it. They want to fuck me up. That's it. Out of all the times to get called in for a vaccine, 4 hours before we live bet. What's that all about? It's gotta be Denise, the fucking bitch. That's what it is. She's trying to stitch us up. She's trying to hand us a loss on Saturday. Do you know what, Denise? You can have your fucking loss. Because the event's in Florida anyway. So we're probably going to lose as it is. But you can't keep a good man down. You can maybe have your loss this weekend and then we'll go on another fucking 8-month winning streak. That's how we roll, right? You know, that is how we roll. So Alex Picciano is saying 5,800 people out of over 100 million people have got the vaccine, have got COVID after having the vaccine, and the majority are asymptomatic with 0 deaths. That is a very reassuring quote. Stat, sorry, not quote. Nice one, Alex. Cheers, dude. Yeah, fuck Denise. How about that? Fuck Denise. I said it. Boys, I've got a video coming to YouTube soon. It's a banger. It's another betting site that shut me down. So I've got a video. This time, Denise gets off lightly. But I do call another bookie a bunch of bastards. So that's recorded. That'll be coming soon. So yeah, I might be a bit fucked up on Saturday, boys. I really do apologise. If it's just fucked up for Saturday, though, I'll be happy with that. I just don't want to get fucked up long term. Mark, what do you mean simulated long term? Anthony Patch. Is that on YouTube? I'll check it out. Nice one, Mark. Cheers, dude. I'll leave it over there for later. Alright, boys. Let's go. Let's get into it then. So what we're going to do next is... Yeah, they have, dude. They've banned... Yeah, Ghoul. They have banned it due to blood clot issues. But it's fine. I think they're going to be sticking it in my ass on Saturday night. Rivers of Red is saying it's not true. People have died after having the vaccine. Yo, Luis, do you know what, dude? I don't care about feeling bad after having the vaccine. I'm worried about live betting, dude. I'm having the vaccine 7:30 PM Saturday, and then we got a live bet 11:30 PM. And you know me, boys. I get a little bit animated. I get a little bit excited when we live bet. I'm gonna have to keep my cool. I have to do like yoga and fucking breathing exercises in between fights so I don't get all worked up and have a fucking blood clot. So Alex is saying dose 2 is worse than dose 1. That's what Joey said, right? Yo, Hamilcar, I would be surprised if Rose won a decision here based on what I'm seeing. She slowed down a lot against Andrade then. Alright, let's get it going, boys. What fight are we going to watch next? Let's take a look at... Yo, the one we've all been waiting for. It was an absolute fucking banger. Maybe he'll get us off the vaccine talk and back to some more fun shit. Let's watch young Jacek Zhang. This is what we all came here for, boys. Let's watch young Jacek Zhang. Now, you know what? This is my first time watching the fight since it happened. And I actually did bet young Jacek in this fight. as an underdog, and I was a little bit salty at the decision. So I'm looking forward to watching it back in the cold light of day and seeing how I score it in the cold light of day without the intensity of watching it live. To be honest, I think live it was one of those fights I did actually score it for Zhang, but will be good to watch it back anyway. So sync up this next one for me, boys. Zhang and Jacek. I'm really looking forward to getting into this, and I think by the time we've watched Zhang Jacek and then Namajunas Jacek, we're going to have a pretty solid read on this fight. And right now, based on what I've seen, I am leaning towards Zhang quite heavily. For all my brothers in the US, here's the ESPN Plus link. So get this one going, boys. Get it going. Spoiler alert, boys, if you guys do want to a live bet with us this weekend with a probably very foggy headed Allsop, potentially gonna have a blood clot live on air, come join us, man. There's spaces available for this weekend. I'll try really hard not to have a blood clot. Can't promise anything. I do get a little bit worked up, I will warn you. I'm not sure if blood clots are in any way related to blood pressure, stress, or feeling emotional. But those are three things that I will definitely be experiencing on Saturday night. You know what, Paul? I don't actually know, bro. I think they tell you in the letter, don't they? But basically, I never fucking go to the doctors, ever. Like, I literally... Like, I just don't go to the doctors. Like, I never get sick. So what happened was, when we were renting houses, we used to, like, move, like, rental accommodation every 6 to 12 months. And you know what it's like. You've got to be close to your doctor. So when we were renting, I just kept my doctor's registered address at my parents' house. Because my parents had lived in their house for, like, their whole fucking life. I thought, rather than changing address all the time whenever we move to a new rental property, if I just get the letters sent to my parents, then I'm not going to miss anything if I forget to update the address. But I bought my house, the one I'm in now, about 4 years ago. And because it's so much hassle registering with the new doctors, and because I never fucking go to the doctors, I never got round to switching my doctor's address to where I live now. So the letter for the vaccine got sent to my parents. So today, my dad rang me. I was like, "What's up, Dad? How you doing, mate?" And he was like, "Oh, you've had a letter saying you got the vaccine." I was like, "Cool, Dad. I'm not going to have the vaccine." He was like, "You've got to have the vaccine." I'm like, "I'm not going to have the vaccine, bro. It's all good. I'm not going to have the vaccine. I'm going to give it a little swerve. I'm not going to bother with the vaccine." But my dad is basically 75 years old, and he's freaking out over COVID, which is understandable because he's had a lot of friends that have died, got real fucked up from it. So I was like, "Do you know what? I'll have it for you, Dad. I will have it for you, mate." Because the thing is, he's like scared to see people if they haven't had the vaccine. He's like 75 years old, really old fashioned. So if I have the vaccine, it'll just chill him out a little bit. Like, he won't feel so stressed out when I'm around him. So I'm going to have the vaccine Saturday night, 7:30. And then, like I said, I hope the blood clots aren't induced by stress, emotion, high blood pressure. Because you know Saturday night for live betting, boys, it gets a bit emotional. Last week, fucking hell, bro. Last week, if I would have had the vaccine last week, my fucking head probably would have exploded. Last week was a roller coaster. I was talking... He just wants me to have him a turn. He's had the both as well. He's had two. My dad's had the two vaccines. He had the AstraZeneca one. Both shots. Because he's had like heart problems and stuff in the past. He's 75. He was in that group which were given it pretty early on. So yeah, Saturday night, 7:30. I'm booked in for it. And then we live bet like 4 hours later, which is going to be absolute fucking chaos. Especially if it hits me as hard as I've heard other people get hit. But fuck it. It'll be alright, boys. But last week, I was saying earlier on in the live stream, man. Yeah, that's a good point, Paul. Well said, dude. You know, I was saying earlier on in the live stream, I don't know what it was, boys, but the reason why I've started research this week was last week's card. I was fucking drained. Like, there was a point during last week's card where I was sat watching Gastelum Whittaker, and I didn't even realise, but like I look out the window and it was fucking daytime, and then I look at the clock and it was 6 a.m. Like, it was weird because there were only 10 fights on that card, but it just felt like it went on forever, man. I don't know if it was because the highs and the lows of the judging or the fact that a lot of the fights went to a decision, but it was fucking grueling, man. Like, if I would have had the vaccine last week, I would have been fucking wrecked. Probably my turn. Probably, dude. It was a weird one, right, Paul? I don't know why it went on to 6 a.m, mate. It was fucking weird. John Galt is saying, I suggest you listen to some of the top vaccine experts. The 4 Depop shots are not safe. Correct mass debates. None of them are FDA approved and they never will be. John, could you give me some links, dude? You know what? I didn't expect this many people to be opposed to the vaccine. On YouTube, man, a lot of people oppose the vaccine on YouTube. Glize is saying, your dad's right, vaccine is a vital community service. This is how my dad feels, man. I was like, Dad, I'm going to be okay, I'm not going to have the vaccine. Dad was like, you've got to fucking have the vaccine. So I was like, okay, do as you're told, innit? Do as your parents tell you. The way I look at it, man, if it's going to chill my dad out, then I'll fucking do it. You know? That's the way I look at it, man. Rivers of Red saying everyone should get the vaccine. Ghoul is saying don't trust any stats involving COVID. Jason's is saying my first shot isn't until the 15th of May. That was the first Saturday I could get it. They all filled up so fast. Yeah, I think I got a little bit unlucky with them booking me in on a Saturday, mate. I just had a letter telling me to go on a Saturday. Well said though, Glize. Glize, the voice of reason. Glize is saying it's not just your dad, but everyone else's dad too. I'll be taking the vaccine for the same reason, not worried for myself. Well said, dude. Well said, mate. I'm glad you boys felt like it was a roller coaster as well. It was fucking chaos live betting last week. Paul, it's like basically, I'm not sure if you have these where you live, but because Cardiff is like a big city, we've got vaccine centres. So there's an old Toys R Us building where when Toys R Us went bankrupt, the building was empty and no one took it over. So this Toys R Us in a retail park is like a COVID centre where you literally just go there and have the vaccine. So yeah, it's at I'll Google it actually. See if we can find out. Toys R Us Vaccine Centre Cardiff. It probably isn't called the Toys R Us Centre. Oh, that's it. Bayside Mass Vaccination Centre. This is it. This is it. This place I'm going, dude. This place, like it used to be a Toys R Us. See the picture there? But it's a vaccination centre now, so I'm not sure, man. I don't know what it'll be. It probably says on the letter, but I haven't seen the letter yet. Except my dad's. Yeah. Taz, it was nuts, man. Live betting last week was crazy, dude. Like, stressful. I felt drained after. It was like a marathon. It was emotional. Joey is saying, I couldn't live bet since I had a family gathering, but I did catch most of the card and thought the judging was brutal. Yeah, it was savage, dude. Absolutely fucking savage. You know what? I thought Godinez and Kish won. I thought Pena did beat Munoz. I think he did the cleaner work in round 2 and 3. But even though Espino won by technical decision, I do think it would have been disgusting if Espino would have been given the decision, just because had he not need Romanov in the balls and the fight would have continued, good chance Romanov would have won the fight, because Espino was slowing down a lot. So even though I agree with you, Espino should have won based on the fact they went to the scorecards a minute into round 3, it would have been a bit of a scandal if Espino would have won that fight. I think the judges just did the morally correct thing. You know, if I'm a judge sat cage side, yes, Espino won the first round. Yes, Espino won the third round. But if I'm a judge, morally, how can I score a fight that Espino only won because he fouled Romanov? You know what I mean? It was it would have been morally very, very wrong. So I'm glad the judges kind of broke the rules. You know? Anyway, boys, I'm ready to get balls deep in this Zhang versus Jacek fight. I can't wait. I can't wait. You know what pissed me off about the Penne versus Godinez fight? You always talk about like big moments in rounds, and how, you know, big moments in rounds leave a lasting impression on the judges. In the second and third round, Godinez was literally throwing Penne to the ground like a child. Like in every single striking exchange, Godinez was lighting Penne up. And whenever they kind of got into the clinch, and Penne would start fishing for that flying triangle or whatever the fuck she was trying to do, Godinez would literally toss her to the ground like a child. How the fuck do you score that fight for Penne? And I don't know how you score the fight for fucking Tracy Cortez either. No fucking clue. What did she do in the second and third round? Nothing. It's fucking mad. It's crazy, man. Anyway, let's get this next one going. Let's go. So let's sync it up. It starts at 2 minutes 52. Joey, you know what I'm really fucking salty about, dude? Last week we bet Yusuf. He outstruck Allen comfortably in round 3. Outstruck Allen comfortably in round 2. But lost round 2 because he got wobbled with a head kick. How the fuck can you score round 2 for Allen when all Allen did in that round was land a head kick? And then in round 3, between Cortez and Kish gets no love for dropping Cortez. I just don't get it, dude. So last week we lost money betting Yusuf, and this week we lost money betting Kish. We're on the wrong end of both sides of fuckery. It's very annoying. I'm not saying the Yusuf Allen decision was bad. I scored that fight for Allen. Allen won the first and second. Yusuf won the third. 29-28 Allen all day. Easy decision. But if you're trying to be consistent with the Allen Yusuf scoring, Kish fucking won. She won the second and third round. Pissed me off. And not only did we pre-fight bet Kish, we fucking doubled down and bet her live as well. So that was a double punch in the dick. John Galt, I'm really sorry, dude. Don't think I'm blocking your comments in the chat, mate. It's YouTube's very aggressive algorithm blocking your comments, mate. It's got some, you're probably typing some words the YouTube doesn't like, so please don't think it's me blocking them, dude. It's YouTube. Alright, mate? I'll unblock them whenever they pop up. Whenever I see them, even. Alright, boys, let's go. Jacek Zhang starts at 2 minutes 52. Let's get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go. Very, very interested in this fight. I bet the beautiful Joanna Jacek as an underdog. And I did score the fight for Zhang live, so I'm interested to watch it back in the cold light of day. It's the first time I've watched this fight back since it happened. And what I'm very much looking forward to is how much of a pace does Zhang push? How much of a pace does Zhang push? And does she pressure Jacek? Because I feel when you pressure Rose, that's when she fades. So not the best defense from Zhang early. She's not really moving her head very much. We see her eat the stiff right hand from Jacek there. Little things like that bother me about Zhang. Notice when Jacek comes to attack her, she stands her ground and looks to fire back. That kind of thing can get you into a lot of trouble against Rose, right? Who does carry a lot of power. Zhang is taking that Brendan Allen approach to striking, where she's trying to bet on her chin against her opponent, standing her ground and firing back. I don't like that against Namajunas. I much preferred Zhang's strategy against Andrade, where when Andrade came forward, Zhang just looked to circle away and play the role of Matador. I don't like how Zhang is standing her ground here and firing back, because we know how fast Rose is and how hard she hits. Spiz, that's a good way of putting it, mate. That is a good way of putting it. How the fuck do you win a fight when you get powerbombed, dude? How the fuck do you win a fight when you get powerbombed? They say takedowns influence the judges. How the fuck do powerbombs not influence the judges? You know, it wasn't until Sunday afternoon, right? Sunday afternoon, I sit down to watch some TV with my wife, and she was like, how did last night go? And I was like, it was alright, to be honest. Like, nothing major. Made a small profit live betting. Small loss pre-fight betting. Pretty much break even. Like, it was a dramatic night, but to be honest, in terms of, like, profit and loss, not a lot happened. And then I kind of sat there, and I was like, wait a minute. We should have gone 5-0 on live bets. Because we went 3-2. We bet... Who did we win on? Fact, it's probably best if I don't say who we bet on, but we went 3-2 on live bets, and I was thinking our two losers were Godinez and Kish, and they both fucking won. So we should have gone 5-0. It should have been a monster night. You know, it should have been an absolute monster night. It's fucking annoying. Very annoying. It's just true, Pilts. It is true, mate. It is true. It is true, dude. No finishing move. So what I'm noticing in round one, which I don't like so much about Zhang, is that she has very, very sketchy striking defense. However, she is fighting at a very high pace. She's pushing a pace on Jacek. You know, she's happy to fight Jacek in kickboxing range and chip away at Jacek. But when Jacek actually, you know, stops engaging, Zhang will come forward and pressure her, which I like. There's no breaks here. There's absolutely no breaks. And that's exactly what, you know, that's exactly the type of style you need to use to cause Namajunas a problem. Don't give her a break. No breaks. Because if you don't give her a break, she wears down. So sync up round 2 for me. Great first round, but Zhang's defense is very bad, which is a little bit of a shame because I was starting to warm towards betting her. But we know how dangerous Namajunas can be, and Zhang is a big favourite. So sync up round 2, which starts at 9 minutes and 8 seconds. Sync it up, guys. Yeah, I'm a bit salty over it, Sloth. I am a little bit salty over it, mate. A bit salty. So anyway, let's get this next one going. Sync it up, get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So I am a little bit surprised to see how Zhang is kind of standing her ground and looking to fire back and play Rock'em Sock'em Robots with Jędrzejczyk. It's different to what we saw her do against Andrade. Maybe her strategy here was to... I mean, look, going into the fight, right, because we'd seen Namajunas dinged and wobbled a few times and knocked out by Rose, the narrative coming into this matchup was that Jędrzejczyk wasn't going to be able to deal with Zhang's power, right? So perhaps Zhang, you know, ate the Kool-Aid a little bit. Drank the Kool-Aid. You can't eat Kool-Aid. You gotta fucking drink it. But apparently, you know, maybe even, she drank the Kool-Aid a little bit and thought, you know what? Jędrzejczyk's a volume striker. She doesn't have the power to hurt me. When she comes forward, if I just stand my ground and look to fire back with big power strikes, Jędrzejczyk's not going to be able to handle my power. I'm going to bet on my chin against hers and I'm going to knock her out. But what actually ended up happening was, obviously, both girls were able to take each other's shots and they both just took tons of damage. But obviously the difference is we know Jędrzejczyk's got, you know, an insane gas tank, right? Jędrzejczyk, one of those fighters that can just sprint for 25 minutes and not slow down, whereas we know Rose does slow down. It's tricky, Joey, mate. It's such a close fight, man. I'm not even sure, mate. I looked at the stats at the end of round 1. Both girls scored. Both girls landed 29 strikes each. Luke, man, it's my website, mate. If you just go to this page, mabettingtips.com. It's the fight research page, fight research stream page. Public chat room. I will say this. Obviously, we're not seeing a lot of Zhang's grappling here, but we did see a fair bit of grappling from Zhang against Tecia Torres. And I would say Zhang's ground game against Tecia Torres did look very, very low level. If this fight were to go to the ground, I do think Namajunas would give her hell. Haven't been impressed by Zhang's grappling at all. So Zhang taking some deep breaths in this round, to be fair. Be interested to see if Zhang's output drops. I don't think it does. But she is getting a little bit sloppy here. Zhang definitely slowing down in this second round. I think the most surprising thing about this fight for me, I remember watching it live, I remember thinking Zhang was slowing down here, and then after, I can't remember exactly what round Joanna hurt her in, But after Joanna hurts her bad in one of these rounds, it's like Zhang just gets a second wind out of nowhere. But Zhang's output is dropping here. So there are a couple of things that I don't like about Zhang here. The first one being how she just plants her feet and looks to play Rock'em Sock'em Robots. And the second one being her output has dropped here in round 2. Alright guys, sync up round 3 for me. And you can look at in the corner, right? Look how tired Zhang looks in her corner when her coaches and trainers are attending to her. She looks very, very tired. So sync up round 3 for me now. Zhang Jędrzejczyk starts at 15 minutes and 25 seconds. That's 15 minutes 25 seconds. Nice one, Luke, mate. Alright, boys. John Gold. I'm going to make a note of them names, dude. Thank you very much. Cheers, dude. I'll check them out later. Nice one, mate. Alright, let's get this next one going. Sync it up. Get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So I didn't realise Zhang was this bad defensively. What's up, Luke? I can see you just signed up. Nice one for joining us, mate. Nice one, dude. I'll give you the I'll DM you the link now, mate, to join the chat. There you go, mate. So yeah, I didn't realise Zhang was this bad defensively. But even though she started to look tired in round 2, you can see much more of a sharpness to the way she moves now. Now, a part of that is obviously she's just had a minute to recover in between rounds. But from memory, she does catch a major second wind in this fight. I did learn a valuable lesson today though, boys. My valuable lesson is don't bring up the fucking vaccine on a fucking YouTube stream, because shit gets crazy. Don't bring up the vaccine. There's a lot of fucking people out there that clearly don't like the vaccine. I'm on the fence. I have no opinion, honestly. I'm telling you right now, guys, Zhang is quite bad defensively. She looks very, very sloppy here. Zhang has slowed down big time. Remember what we were saying at the beginning of this round, where we were saying, you know what? Zhang's moving a little better here. She looks sharper. But she did have a minute to recover in between rounds, and now 2 minutes into this third round, and Zhang is looking very flat again. Notice she doesn't have the same pop in her shot. She doesn't have the same hand speed. So where we were saying, you know, Rose has a tendency to slow down, perhaps Zhang does as well. Because she just doesn't look as sharp here. Very flat. And you look at that, and Jacek walks her down, throws that straight left right down the pipe and busts up Zhang's nose. You see Zhang's defense is getting even worse. And Jędrzejczyk is cruising here. The first round was very close. Jędrzejczyk definitely won the second round, and she's winning this round as well. Joey's saying, fuck me, man. Yeah, she gets a pillow attached to her head. It's crazy how fast that thing swelled up, right? Fucking mad. Yeah, I can see that return. I will say Young Jacek round one's a coin flip maybe, but Young Jacek's definitely winning the second and third round. For me, I'm just a little bit shocked at the flatness of Zhang. You could really see her starting to slow down in round 2. You know, as she backs up there, big noticeable deep breath. And the problem is, if you get tired in front of Rose, she can knock you out. You know, Zhang's obviously weathered this storm in round 2 and 3 from Jędrzejczyk, then got into the 4th and 5th and caught a second wind. But against someone as dangerous as Rose, you might not get an opportunity to catch a second wind without getting knocked out or submitted. I will say this. We will take a look at Zhang's fight against Tecia Torres to look at her grappling. I think that's the only fight in the UFC where we've seen a lot of her grappling. Obviously, she beat... Who did she beat by armbar? It was Aguilar, right? Yeah, so she beat Aguilar by armbar. Obviously, the fight ended pretty quickly. So we'll watch this Torres fight to get a look at her grappling. I know it was a long time ago. 2 years now. She might have improved a lot since then. But, it's really all we've got to go off for Zhang's grappling. But Zhang is looking flat here. Yo, good chance Jędrzejczyk's up 3 rounds here, though. Like Matern was saying, I mean, Jędrzejczyk's definitely won the second and third. And at this point, with how much Zhang is slowing down, it's kind of hard to believe that Jędrzejczyk lost this fight. Very interested to see how this becomes competitive in the 4th and 5th, because at the moment, Jędrzejczyk's cruising. And Zhang is looking very tired. So sync up round 4 for me, which starts at 21 minutes and 39 seconds. Let's take a look at MMA decisions. Very interested to see what media scores were like. Wow, majority of people had it for Zhang. 49-46, that's a bit aggressive. I don't like those scorecards because I feel Jędrzejczyk clearly won the second and third. Alright, let's get this next one going. Let's get going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Clyde Rembrandt. No comments are getting deleted, but YouTube has got like I don't know what you'd even call it. YouTube has got like this thing where it automatically like removes stuff. It's been doing it to John Galt a fair bit. So yeah, I promise, dude, it wasn't me. It wasn't me, Clyde. I didn't even have a chance to read your message, mate. And Master Bates is talking about censorship. Could be right, dude, because I didn't even get to see the message before YouTube removed it. That's how they roll. I will say this, guys. We see it again after that exchange. Zhang is looking very, very sloppy here. I would say since towards the end of the second round, Zhang has looked very, very sloppy. It'll be interesting to see how sharp Namajunas looked into the third, fourth, and fifth rounds against Jędrzejczyk. Because since towards the end of the second round, Zhang has looked a little bit shit here. And I'm kind of amazed that she was able to win this fight, because here she looks very sloppy. And has done for 2 rounds now. Are you guys seeing this, or am I crazy? Boys, let me know. Are you guys seeing this, or is Zhang insanely sloppy and tired here? So that I know I'm not going fucking nuts, let me know, boys. I am not impressed by Zhang. Very, very sloppy. And Jędrzejczyk's winning this round. She doesn't look good. So we were being critical of Rose for slowing down against Andrade, but we've seen Zhang do the exact same thing. Jędrzejczyk's winning this round. She's doing the cleaner work. Very sloppy, right? Right, boys? I'm not impressed at all. This is the reason why we bet on Jędrzejczyk in this fight. I haven't been impressed by Zhang, and I honestly thought this fight was a turning point. But watching it back in the cold light of day, she's not great, man. She's strong, she hits hard, but she's very average. And we know on the ground she's very, very weak as well. I honestly don't know how Jędrzejczyk lost this fight, because from the second round, Zhang's been looking super sloppy. It's just for whatever reason, Jędrzejczyk hasn't been able to make her pay for it in the fourth and fifth as much as she should have. Big elbow there from Jędrzejczyk. I've got Jędrzejczyk winning this round for sure. Matern saying the forehead influenced the judging. You could be right there, dude. Hilt is saying, I feel like if we went back and watched the research of this fight we are watching, we would hear a similar sentiment. Good point, man. You could be right, Brett. I am starting to feel a little bit like Rose. You know what's great about this research session? We get to see Zhang against Jędrzejczyk and Rose against Jędrzejczyk, so we're going to be able to visualize very easily how Rose is likely to do against Zhang based on how she performs in that third, fourth, and fifth round. I have a feeling you could be right, Matern. Zhang could be our nemesis. You could be right, mate. From a technical point of view, pretty bad. Like, literally, how has Zhang won this fight? I will be honest with you, boys. I will be honest. I do score round 2, 3, and 4 for Jędrzejczyk. Let me know you're scoring this, guys. You know what I always say every week in live betting. I say this, right? You never want to be like I always have a go at guys on stream. Like some guy earlier on said, Askren had no fucking chance of winning. You know, if the fight would have carried on, Jake Paul would have killed him. It's such a silly thing to say. Just like someone else earlier on said that, you know, Usman versus an Usman and Shevchenko parlay is 100% safe. People say all kinds of dumb shit like that. And when it comes to scoring rounds, you boys know what I say every week in live betting. I always say you don't want to plant your fucking flag in the ground and pick a side when it comes to scoring fights. Instead, assign probabilities to how you feel the judges will score each round. If I'm scoring this fight, I would say round 1, 50-50. I would say round 2, I would go 70% JJ because she had Weili pretty badly hurt. I would say round 3, 60% JJ. I would say round 4, actually that's not appropriate. She won round 3 pretty fucking clear. I would say round 4, 60% JJ. Let's see how round 5 plays out. But I've got JJ winning second, third and fourth relatively clear. Let me know how you feel, boys. Drop your scores into the chat boxes for me. 100% Stiffy, you are right, mate. Great point, Stiffy. Stiffy, you are true, dude. Stiffy, it's a good point. Stiffy is saying the problem when you bet Rose is you never know what version you're going to get, right? Sometimes she shows up and looks like an absolute killer. Other times she shows up looking like she doesn't want to be in there. It's a good point, Stiffy. Yeah, 100%. You definitely can't trust Rose in a war, right? Can't trust her in a war. If it turns into a war, Zhang all day, right? So Tim Koala is saying, I watched Zhang versus Joanna recently and scored it 3 rounds to 2 for JJ. That's kind of how I've got it at the moment, man. I think JJ really feel quite strongly she won the 2nd, 3rd and 4th round. Stiffy is saying people argue that she hated the pressure of the belt and would now be rejuvenated and clear-headed, but I think it shows a fundamental long-term flakiness, not being able to hold and defend before the pressure gets too much. I agree, mate, 100%. I agree, dude. Defo, well said, mate. Especially because, you know, if she lost before because of the pressure of the belt... Oh, yeah, James, there is, man. I'll grab you the link now, mate. I'll grab you a link now, man. Here you go, James. There you go, mate. Actually, I'll get you the exact link, mate. It'll make it easier for you. Here we go. Just have to do a little trick with the URL to get it working. There we go. There you go, mate. Alright, guys. Let's get into round 5. Very interesting to see how I score this round, because so far I've got JJ winning pretty clear. Alright, let's get it going. Sync it up. Get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Go, 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 go. Simple man. Simple man. Simple man. Simple man. When it comes to live betting MMA, you are talking to the best there ever is. What did Bret Hart say? Simple man. When we're talking about live betting MMA, you are literally talking to the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. Trust me, my friend. Trust me, my friend. These boys in this chat room will tell you, my comrades, my soldiers, my brothers in arms will tell you that when it comes to reading fights as they happen, there ain't many fucking better at it than me, bro. Trust me on that. Join us for a week and find out for yourself. So when you tell me I am completely wrong that Askren would get smoked if that fight continued, brother, give me some fucking credit. Give me some credit. You do not build a chart that looks as sexual as this chart. This chart is pure fucking sexual. You do not build a sexual looking chart like this from being completely wrong over reading how combat sports and contests, fights, whatever you want to call them, are going to play out. You don't build a sexual chart like this from being completely wrong, dude. I promise you, with all my years of experience, with all my fucking grey hairs and the fucking bags under the eyes I've developed from being locked in a room for fucking months on end researching cage fighting all day, brother, I promise you, I am not bullshitting you now. I'm not gassing you up. I'm not being biased because I bet Askren. I promise you, dude. When you learn about combat sports, we have no idea what would have happened if that fight would have been allowed to continue. That's why we love fighting. There's a crazy stat. I'll share a crazy stat with you. Who was it that said it? Simple Man. I will share a crazy stat with you, dude. There's a book called Fightnomics. It came out, I think, in like 2014, and they basically studied lots of data on MMA fights, right? And they found that if a fighter scores a knockdown in round 1 and fails to finish their opponent, they go on to lose 67% of the time. So it's the opposite of what the average person thinks. When the average person watches, a combat sports contest, they think when someone gets their ass kicked in round 1, is more likely that person will continue to get their ass kicked. But it's the opposite, dude. When a person experiences a lot of adversity in round 1, quite often they end up going on to win for multiple reasons. One of the reasons being, when you get dropped and then survive, all of a sudden you've got nothing to lose anymore. The worst of the worst has happened. The pressure off eating a big shot and getting hurt is gone. And the fact that you ate your opponent's best shot and survived gives you a tremendous amount of confidence. Now, on the flip side, it can be demoralizing for fighters to drop their opponents, see them stand back up and keep coming forward, to be able to eat their best shots and keep coming forward. Now, you may say, hang on a minute, that's not true. Yoel Romero's never had a fucking problem dropping someone and finishing his dinner. That wouldn't happen to Robert Whittaker. My friend, we are talking about Jake Paul, a guy with 2 professional boxing fights. If you think that this man was experienced enough, composed enough to drop Ben Askren and not adrenaline dump after that, to not get caught up in his emotions and potentially blow his load going for the kill, mate, you need to watch more fighting, because it is a trend that has played out for fucking decades, mate, and it is a trend that will continue to play out for decades. Many, 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 many supremely skilled fighters have come unstuck from having opponents hurt very, very bad in round 1 and the fight not being over and it continuing, and them not being able to, keep going into those deep waters without burning themselves out physically and mentally. It's a big deal, man. It's a fucking big deal. It is a big deal. I'm telling you right now, man. It is a fucking big deal. And literally, I don't know who this is, but you literally, my friend, have the best username I've ever seen. WWE is real. I do love that, mate. I do love it. I do love it. Alright, let's get into... The beautiful thing now is we get to watch Zhang... No, we don't. We get to watch Jacek against Namajunas. So it should become really, really good, or really, really easy for us to kind of visualize now how Zhang Namajunas is likely to play out by taking a look at how Namajunas performs against Jacek. So we've just got a really good look at Zhang there. So sync up this next one for me. Sync it up. Sync it up, guys. Sync it up. Sync it up. Let's get it going. Alright, sync it up, guys. So I was quite surprised at how bad Zhang looked defensively there and how much he slowed down as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how I'm looking forward to seeing how Namajunas performs in the 3rd, 4th and 5th rounds, because I think Zhang looked particularly sloppy in rounds 3, 4 and 5. So it'll be interesting to see if Namajunas is still sharp in those rounds. Looking forward to it. The second one, please, James, mate. Alright, let's get this next one going. Sync it up. Get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Nice one, Rivers of Red. Thanks a lot for the kind words, Rivers of Red. Cheers, Pepe Sylvia. Thanks, boys. So again, exactly like against Andrade, we see Namajunas really light on her feet. She's not bouncing around as much as she was early against Andrade, but I think that's because Jędrzejczyk's not pressuring her. I think Namajunas came out really light on her feet against Andrade because she was expecting Andrade to come forward and she knew she'd have to circle away from it and counter strike, whereas Jędrzejczyk likes to fight in kickboxing range, so that's why we see Namajunas happy to stand in front of Jędrzejczyk. It is a really good point, though, what Stiffy brought up earlier on. You know, if Rose really struggled to deal with the pressure of being champion last time, what makes us think she's going to want to beat Zhang anyway? You know what I mean? Like, that kind of, for me, makes it really difficult to bet Rose, if I'm honest. Because she didn't want the belt. You know, she was relieved when she lost the title to Andrade. That bothers me. You know, if you're going to be betting on a fighter, you know, you want someone to come in who's all in, right? With the fire, the passion, the desire to go out there and take the belt. Because we know Zhang will. For all of Zhang's weaknesses, we know she's coming to win. She's game as hell, tough as nails, super scrappy. Whereas with Rose, you know, we're not sure what her motivation is going to be like. Well, there's no question what Zhang's motivation is going to be like. You know, Zhang's coming to win. What's up, Ro? Good to see you, mate. What's up, dude? Paul, what makes you think she's... How can you be sure she's motivated, mate? Yeah, true. True. That's a good point, man. It is a little bit weird, like, how Namajunas went off on that tangent, right? Talking about communism and disliking what Zhang represents. That was a little bit of a weird one. I didn't expect... I didn't see that coming. Rose is... Rose is a weird one to take the fight there for sure. So by midway point of round 2, we started to see Rose looking quite flat against Andrade. So it'll be interesting to see how she looks around about the midway point of this second round against Jędrzejczyk. Because this first round's been contested at quite a high pace, to be fair. High volume of strikes from both girls. Paul is saying, when have we not seen Rose turn up? Probably like the Esparza fight, right? That was a long time ago. That was one of the definite ones. Let's take a look at her record, man. So she did flake against Esparza. She gassed against Kowalkiewicz. We can't really say she flaked. Good point, Paul. Good point, dude. Good point, mate. And you know what? She could have looked for a way out in a recent fight against Andrade, right? And she fought through having her nose crushed in round 3. She hung in there when she was put in a bad position. So, well said, Paul. Good point, mate. So, sync up round 2 for me now, boys. Jędrzejczyk, Namajunas 2. 8 minutes 49 seconds. 8 minutes 49. Rostar saying, yeah, chanting Bible verses. Definitely no red flags there, right, Ro? Perfectly normal. Luke thinks that if Zhang can keep the fight standing, she's going to win. It's true, Matern. I mean, look at G.I. Jane. Is that the movie with Demi Moore? It's true, dude. Definitely helped Demi get her mojo. You know what I'm saying? Rookie's going to pass. I do get it, mate. I'm just going to wait and see how Rose performs into this 3rd, 4th and 5th round, because I wasn't impressed by Zhang at all. I thought she looked super average in that 3rd, 4th and 5th. And I'm pretty sure that she fucking lost as well. I do think, to be fair to Zhang won round 5. I would go like 60% Zhang in round 5. But I had Jędrzejczyk winning the 2nd, 3rd and 4th pretty clear. Seems like most of you guys did as well, watching it back in the cold light of day. So let's get this next one going. Starts at 8 minutes 49. Let's get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Take care, master mate. Good night, dude. So Hiltzy is feeling a bet on Namajunas here. I do like Paul's point, man. Paul has got a point. Like, obviously, we always talk about Namajunas being flaky, but there's not like tons of evidence of that, right? There is like chaos that surrounds her. But in terms of her actual performances, like, she gassed against Kowalkiewicz. She did flake against Carla Esparza for sure. But she was beating Andrade in their first fight before getting dumped on her head and knocked out. So it's not like Rose was flaking in that fight. She was trying to win, do you know what I mean? Like, Paul's brought up a really, really good point. Like, we all have this perception in Namajunas that she's flaky, but to be fair, there's not much evidence of it, aside from her personality, which, you know, is, you know, it's tricky, right? Yeah, exactly. Good point, Paul. Yo, what's up, Paige? Paige. Have you got any discount codes? Have you got any discount codes, Paige? For the boys? Any discount codes? Great to have you here, though, Paige. And please don't check the results page, because I promise you we didn't bet on Britain Hart. But any discount codes would be great. Cheers, Paige. So it was around about this point in the fight that Namajunas started to slow big time against Andrade in the second fight. So we will see if she continues to look sharp into the third, fourth and fifth, because she's looking pretty sharp now. You know what I will say, Hiltz? What is super interesting, mate, is that Rose does fight very long. And what you noticed about Zhang against Young Jacek is one of the reasons why Young Jacek was getting caught is because she was choosing to fight Zhang in a phone booth where they were literally just stood in front of each other, winging big shots, whereas Namajunas fights a lot safer and a lot longer. So I don't think it will be as easy for Zhang to get to Rose as it was for Zhang to get to Young Jacek, unless Rose slows down. And then it's easier for Zhang to get to Rose, which, to be fair, we did see a bit of in Rose's fight against Andrade, right? Where, you know, Rose became more flat-footed, you know, into the third round because, you know, she was lacking energy, which made it easier for Andrade to get to her. So sync up round 3 for me. Starts at 15 minutes and 3 seconds. Might not be round 3, actually. It might be round 2. I think it's round 3. Rookie, you know what, mate? The judges in Florida are very, very bad, mate. I am worried about the judges this week. The judges are super bad in Florida, mate. They're one of the worst athletic commissions in the UK. UK even? What the fuck am I talking about? One of the worst in the US. So it is a problem, man. It is a big problem that, you know, I'm not sure if the crowd is going to have any impact on the judges, but I just think the judges will be bad anyway. For whatever reason, the judges in Florida are super bad. Like, can you guys remember watching season 22 of The Ultimate Fighter when they did Blackzilians versus American Top Team? And the judging was so bad on that season, there was almost a riot in the Blackzilians gym because one of the decisions was so bad, the fighters were going to kill the judges. And that was under the Florida State Athletic Commission. Yeah, good point. Good point. WWE is real. She was very, very hittable in the second Andrade fight, which obviously took place after the Jacek fight, which is weird because her defense looks a lot better here, so that would be a bit of a regression with her most recent fight being against Andrade. So Paige is saying that Zhang can wear Rose down with body shots and leg kicks, which is a good point, man. I mean, Zhang hits really hard, right? Yeah, you know what, Paige? Someone was saying that. I think it was MTez on YouTube was saying that Andrade hinted in this week's embedded video that she planned to use a lot of grappling in this fight, which I do think is interesting because from memory, Zhang's grappling was super low level in her fight against Tisha Torres. We will take a look at that. Like I said, I know it was 2 years ago. She might have improved. But then Zhang doesn't train at gyms which are going to give her a particularly high level, high level set of training partners to grapple with, right? Iron sharpens iron. And with her training at small regional gyms in China, I'm not sure how much her grappling will have improved in the last 2 years. I mean, Chinese fighters aren't exactly known for being good grapplers, So it will be interesting to go and see Zhang against Tisha Torres, because there was a lot of grappling in this fight. And we know Namajunas is a straight up murderer on the ground. It's true, that is true. You boys are right. You guys are right. You guys are right. If Rose really is serious about the whole communism thing, which is kind of crazy, but, whatever fuels you, I suppose. I guess we don't know how strongly Rose feels about it. When I heard that Rose kind of was taking a stand against communism and saw Zhang as like a figure of communism, I thought it was a joke. But then I don't really know about the history of Rose's family, her heritage and stuff. I don't know how serious she's taking this stuff. People find motivation in weird places, I suppose. So Hiltz is saying that Rose has shot 1 takedown in her last 4 fights. Let's take a look. Hair in my eyes. Where are we? So yeah, 1 takedown against 0-0. 1 takedown against Jędrzejczyk, 1 against Waterson, 2 against Kowalkiewicz, 2 against Torres, 8 against Paige Van Zandt. Jesus Christ. 1 against Namajunas, 1 against Hill, and 1 against Despaza. Yeah, so I guess she does use her wrestling from time to time. Alright, let's get into this 3rd round then. Let's get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So this is really the stage of the fight now, which we're super interested in. Into this 3rd, 4th and 5th round. Because by this stage in the 3rd round against Jędrzejczyk, Zhang was looking super sloppy. Whereas we see here at the beginning of the 3rd. Now look at that. Rose just steps off to the left and throws a straight right down the pipe and tags Joanna, knocking her off balance. We saw Zhang's striking defense looking real bad in the 3rd, 4th and 5th rounds, but it was almost like Jędrzejczyk didn't have the power to hurt her. One thing that is quite notable here is Rose hasn't really taken any damage. She's done a really good job of defending herself. I think Hiltz said it earlier on. Rose is very good defensively. And we're seeing it here. She's not wearing any damage. We kind of saw it in the 2nd fight against Andrade as well, right? Where Andrade barely landed a punch in the first 2 rounds. Rose just very, very sharp defensively. She's hard to get to. And the thing about Jędrzejczyk is we know Jędrzejczyk's got phenomenal cardio. Jędrzejczyk is still as sharp here in this 3rd round as she was in the 1st. And she's still struggling to get to Rose. And this is after having, over 10 minutes to find her range as well. What is interesting is we do see Zhang plant her feet. She doesn't move her head, and then she just wings those big wide hooks in a phone booth to try and bet on her chin against her opponents. But what you see Rose doing with her power right hand is something similar to what we see Shevchenko do with her power left, where she'll dip off to her right and then throw the power left, right, or she'll dip off to her left, sorry, and throw the power right down the middle. Where, you know, when you're someone like Zhang that doesn't move their head, Rose will know exactly where the target is. You see she did it there? Can you guys see that? She did it there. She dips off to the left and fires the right straight down the middle. And she tagged Joanna again with it. And that's one thing we didn't really see from Zhang in her fight against Jędrzejczyk. She didn't really make an adjustment. Same strategy. Stand in front of Jędrzejczyk, bet on her chin and toughness against Jędrzejczyk, and just fire bombs, winging wide bombs right down the middle. But I'm wondering if that'll be too basic to cause Namajunas a problem. Look at the footwork and movement in Namajunas. Like, Jędrzejczyk's really struggling to get to her. And what's even more notable is we're almost into the 4th round now. And Rose hasn't slowed down at all. She looks fine. And remember what I said earlier. You have to ask if, you know, Zhang slowed down towards the end of the 2nd round and then, you know, took a lot of damage from Jędrzejczyk but hung in there. But we know that Jędrzejczyk's not a finisher, right? You even look at Jędrzejczyk's fight against Jessica Penne, how much damage Penne was able to absorb and hang in there. We know that Jędrzejczyk does struggle to put girls away. But, you know, could realistically you see Zhang standing in front of Rose, you know, for 10, 15 minutes while being tired? It's hard to visualize, right? I doubt it, Ro. It's a good point, Ro. It is a good point, mate. Ro is talking about, well, and Paul, right? Ro and Paul are talking about USADA. I can't imagine there's been much drug testing going on. There's not going to be any, really, is there? If Zhang really has been training back in China, she won't have been tested. Not a chance. That's a good point, Paige. That is a really good point, actually. That is a great point. Paige is saying that Zhang's travel was really, really difficult getting to the fight. I can't remember what caused it, but I remember reading about it, man. That's a really good point. I completely forgot about that. Zhang had trouble getting to the fight. And so, yeah, maybe that did affect her performance. I can't remember what happened, why there were delays. But I remember her talking about it on Embedded. She was late appearing. So, yeah, it's a good point, man. Maybe. So, sync up round 4 for me. It starts at 21 minutes and 19 seconds. Yeah, I definitely think Rose has got a huge advantage on the ground. I think when we go and watch Zhang's fight against Torres, I think you're going to see the advantage that Namajunas has on the ground. I think Namajunas is levels and levels and levels above Zhang on the ground. Zhang has looked very low level on the ground to me. I mean, that's a bold statement, Paul. Oh my god. Yo, they say never mix politics with sport. But I suppose, you know what, Paul? Paul, you are dropping knowledge tonight, dude. Yeah, I know, Paul, but you are also bringing up some good points, dude, even though you're joking. What you did say was interesting, mate. When you said, was it you that said it about the flag? Who said? Yeah, it was Paul. Paul was basically saying that, like, Zhang does always, like, talk about China, right, and come out draped in the Chinese flag. Like, she makes a big deal about the fact that she's Chinese. So yeah, I suppose maybe maybe there is a bit of depth to what Rose is saying about the communism thing, you know. Zhang certainly doesn't seem to want to denounce, denounce, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. You guys know what I'm saying. It's not like Zhang seems ashamed of where she's from or trying to play it down, you know? Seems very patriotic. So maybe Rose isn't as crazy as I first thought. Starting to make a little bit of sense to me. Alright, let's get it. Oh, yo, Harvey Dickens, mate. Sorry, dude, you are late to the party. We've been arguing about Askren Paul all night, mate. It's got heated, to say the least. If you scroll back in the YouTube chat, you'll see us arguing about it. Alright, let's get this next one going. Sync it up, get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So we're on round 4 of Jędrzejczyk Namajunas. So I'm really, really, really impressed by Rose here. It's been a masterful performance. Defense has looked great. She hasn't slowed at all. She's looked sharp in this 4th round. Her hand speed is still crazy fast. And like Hiltzy said earlier on, I am starting to strongly consider a bet on Rose, which I didn't think I would do. I thought it was going to be one of those research sessions where I would be really impressed by what Zhang did against Jędrzejczyk, but not only do I think it was a bad decision, I actually think she looked quite sloppy. And look, I've bet against Zhang before. This will be the 3rd time I bet against Zhang. She's probably going to cost me money again. But I just don't rate Zhang very high. Maybe I'll change my mind after watching the Tisha Torres fight, but from memory, she looked very bad against Torres. So yeah, Zhang probably is going to turn into one of those fighters that just keeps costing me money, but this is definitely at the very least doggo pass. I can say that. You know what, Hiltz? It will be interesting to see how Zhang looks in the 3rd round against Torres. Because Paige did make a good point. If she had tough flights and a tough fight week, that could have impacted her performance against Jędrzejczyk. But then if we see her slow down against Torres as well, then we got a trend forming, you know. Hiltz, some of these fighters, man, they're just going to cost us money, right? I will be bet if I do bet Namajunas this week. That's the 3rd time I will have bet against Zhang. Bet on Andrade to beat her. I bet on Joanna Jędrzejczyk to beat her, and I can see why. To be fair, she isn't great. She's not great. Yeah, that's the thing, man. I know when I watch the Torres fight and I see how bad she looks on the ground, I'm gonna want to go in on Rose. And then by the time we've watched Zhang versus Torres, I think we should be done here. How long have we been going for now? Yeah, we've been streaming for almost 4 hours. So, feel like we've got a pretty good read on these fighters. Oh no. Chubby. Oh my god, Chubby. Chubby is saying, I lost $500 because you told me to bet on Askren and the bookie didn't refund me. Thanks a lot. Mate, number 1, why would the bookies refund you? Number 2, when did I tell you to bet Askren, dude? I think if you go back and watch any of the content I produced on that fight, what I actually said was, it's a 50-50 fight with so many variables that no one can know what will happen. I said maybe Jake Paul comes out and smokes Askren in round 1. I said maybe Askren drags Jake Paul deep into the fight after weathering the early storm, wears him down, and Big Brothers him. It's 50-50. And then I think I said, in a 50-50 fight, if you can bet either guy as a reasonably big underdog, you're getting a good risk to reward ratio on your money. I think that's what I said. I don't think I said go bet Ben Askren. I think I said it's a 50-50 fight. Askren's a pretty big underdog. If you bet Askren, that's a pretty good risk to reward ratio. So I am sorry that you lost $500, dude. But I do feel I was quite open, honest, and clear in the risks for that bet. If I would have come out and said, go bet Ben Askren, there's absolutely no chance he can lose. You know, he's going to dominate this fight. There's nothing Jake Paul can do to hurt him, and it's an easy fight with Askren. I understand why you'd be upset, but I do not think at any point I said that. If anything, I think I actually said, you know, both guys have got ways that they can cause the other big trouble. And so, I am sorry, dude, but maybe instead of like skipping towards the end of the videos to find the very last thing I say, just watch the whole thing, because I do my best to kind of explain the risks and stuff, because gambling's fucking hard, man, and you have to lose a lot. Place bets that are gonna lose, you can't win them all, you know what I mean? Anyway, sync up round 5 for me now, guys. It starts at 20... Where are we going? 27 minutes and 28 seconds. So what is super impressive to me here is we're in round 5. Rose hasn't really taken any damage, and she's still moving pretty well, which is a lot more than could be said for Zhang against Jędrzejczyk. By this stage of the fight against Jędrzejczyk, Zhang was looking real flat. Real flat. You know what I mean? Very, very flat. So I do like that from Namajunas. I'm definitely leaning towards Namajunas now, whereas initially coming into this I was thinking about betting Zhang, so I thought Zhang's physicality and pressure would be too much for Rose, but actually I'm quite impressed by what I'm seeing from Rose here. So Paige is saying, I thought Torres beat Rose in the second fight. It was close, right? It was a close fight. I think the same thing happened in the Rose-Torres fight as what happened in Rose-Karolina Kowalkiewicz, where Rose just slowed down in the second half, but I think she did enough to nick the first two, right? Hilty's saying, all the same reasons we bet on Joanna and Jędrzejczyk, the same reasons we are likely to bet on Rose. I know, mate, and I can't wait to lose the money already. I feel it coming. I feel it coming, man. I am feeling extra fraudy today, Matern. You are right, dude. You are right, mate. WWE is real. Are you going to bet on Masvidal, mate? Yeah, you would have far more reason to be pissed off for me over the Yan bet, because I was probably quite a lot more. What's the word? Quite a lot more confident in Yan, right? Honestly thought Yan was a great bet against Sterling. Do you know what? I was thinking, boys, about this. Someone said earlier on how unlucky we've got. If you think about it, so in the last 2 months, we bet Peter Yan, got absolutely screwed there, and then we bet Gregor Gillespie, fight got cancelled, amazing bet. Jeremy Stevens, fight got cancelled, amazing bet. Bet Bukauskas, robbed. Neyman Gracie, robbed. Gauti Yamauchi, robbed. Godinez, robbed. Kish, robbed. It's freaking been brutal. It has been brutal the last 2 months. But you know what? We haven't actually, like, the results are alright. They're okay. In the face of all this bad luck, we're still doing alright. So, it's been a crazy couple of months, though. We have had a lot of bad luck, man. These last couple of months has been a little bit brutal. You are... Thing is, though, Paul, I can't call that lucky at all, dude, because at the end of the day, I honestly haven't seen a fight go to a technical decision in about 8 years in the UFC, I think the last time it happened involved might have been like a shoe face fight. So with the winner on Romanov, for me, the two correct ways that fight should have gone. Well, the way it should have gone was a DQ win for Romanov. But if it wasn't a DQ win for Romanov, it should have been a no contest. So if we would have taken an L on the judges scoring that 29-28 Espino, that would have been real bad luck, man. Real bad luck. Yeah, stupid, Paul. I agree, mate. Should have been a technical decision, mate. It's a joke. Jan literally got fucked. Jan literally got fucked bad. Real bad. Real bad. Okay. Let's go. Let's sync up this next one. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Alright. Let's go. Let's get into this fifth round. Sync it up. Get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Alright. Yeah, fair, Alex. Alex and Aldo bringing up some really good points. Alex is saying that the only advantage Zhang has over Rose is power. I would agree with that, mate. I would agree with that. And Aldo is saying Rose has the better distance striking and grappling. I'd agree with you, Aldo, dude. Aldo likes Rose. So do I. I'm quite surprised. I'm going to pay close attention to this fifth round, though. See how sharp Rose is here. But the thing is, Zhang looked so flat in the fifth round against Jędrzejczyk that I think Zhang's just going to be fine in the third, fourth, and fifth rounds. What I will say about Zhang is she probably will have learned a lot from going 5 rounds with Jędrzejczyk. Like, that fight was contested at a crazy pace. So she will probably pace herself better. Her cardio probably will look better against Rose. But, you know, at the same time, slowing down after 10 minutes in a 25-minute title fight isn't good. Especially when we're looking at Rose here and she's performing, you know, at a really decent level in this fifth round. I can't wait to go watch Tisha Torres Zhang now, to see how Zhang looked in the third round. But I do remember, you know, from what Hiltzy is saying, I do remember that the reason why we bet Jędrzejczyk to beat Zhang is because of how bad Zhang looked against Torres. So perhaps Zhang will just be one of these average fighters that continues to cost me money, right? Blachowicz is another one of them. But at the end of the day, all you can do is try and make the best decision possible with the information you've got available. And from the footage we've been sat here watching for 4 fucking hours, Zhang's not great. Like, she's strong, she's powerful, she's tough as fucking nails. And those qualities alone might be enough to see her get past Namajunas. But I do like what Paul said earlier on. Realistically, Namajunas has never really given us much of a reason to doubt her toughness, except in that Carla Esparza fight. And, you know, since then, you know, she's never really flaked, to be fair. Hey, what's up, Gucci? Good to see you, mate. What's up, man? Good to see you, Gucci, mate. Yo, Alex Picciano, I will say this. I see Alex Picciano in a lot of my streams and he drops major knowledge. Alex, well fucking said, dude. You've just corrected me in a big way. So, a few moments ago I was saying Zhang's likely to have, you know, learn how to pace herself better after going 5 hard rounds with Jacek. But Alex has brought up a really good point. Zhang could decline as well, because he's right. You know, Jacek and Zhang, you know, they broke the record for the most strikes landed in a 25-minute title fight, right? I think they broke the record anyway. And she took tons of damage. Like Alex is saying, Zhang took like a life-changing, career-altering amount of damage. Like maybe Zhang comes back better than ever from the experience of going, you know, 5 hard rounds, but maybe she never recovers. You know, we've seen fighters change forever that they're involved in these wars, and that was definitely a war, man. Oh, nice one, Gucci, mate. Gucci is big on Rose. Gucci, mate, I'm feeling Rose as well, mate. I'm thinking about betting Rose. I am not impressed by Zhang, mate. And look at this, 30 seconds from the end, Rose going full NCAA and nicking the 5th round with a takedown. Or she was already winning the round. She wasn't nicking it, but puts a stamp on the round with a takedown. Yo, Jax, it's interesting you say that, mate. This weekend, I'm going to be starting a new lab experiment this weekend for parlays, mate. So to answer your question, mate, yes, definitely. We're going to be doing it from this weekend. So if you go to the lab from this weekend, mate, we're going to have a lab experiment for parlays this weekend to replace the old way we used to do parlays on the props page. I'll build it as soon as we're done researching all the fights this week. So yeah, Jax for sure, man. We'll get that done. So now let's go and check out Torres versus Zhang. And then by the time we've watched this fight, we should have made our mind up on this one. Let's get into it. So sync this fight up for me. You know what, Gucci? Paul was saying that earlier on, mate. Have you seen a lot of interviews with Rose sounding rejuvenated? Because she was definitely burnt out before, right? I'm going to have to check out this interview. I'll be perfectly honest with you guys. I haven't listened to the full interview where she talks to Ariel Helwani. I actually think what I'm going to do is go and listen to it after I'm done with this stream. But does she sound rejuvenated? So this fight starts at 1 minute 36. Sync it up, guys. 1 minute 36. You know what's interesting as well? The odds are improving on Rose. Her odds are steadily improving. They're already up to like, well, an average of, I'd say, 2.70 plus 170. Yeah, I'm gonna go check them out later. Nice one, Gucci. Thanks for letting me know, mate. Paul was saying something similar. All right, let's get into this Zhang and Torres fight. Let's get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So what I'm most interested about here is how does Zhang look in round 3? Because if there's a lot of grappling in this fight, which I think there was, Zhang's likely to burn out even quicker than just striking with Jacek. What I would say as well, Rose has got a base in Taekwondo, right? You do see a lot of Zhang's kicks as spinning attacks. You'd think Rose would be able to read them pretty easily with her Taekwondo background and with how long she fights. Those spin attacks, such a big part of Taekwondo, that you wouldn't think they'd give Rose too much trouble. And those are one of the biggest distance strikes that Zhang uses. If you don't stand right in front of Zhang in a phone booth, she looks to get to you at range with kicks. You see these spinning attacks she's going for, and you'd think it would be very, very difficult to land them on Rose with Rose's Taekwondo background. I think you could be right, Heltz. Yeah, I agree with that, Gucci, mate, for sure, man. Rose on the ground is a fucking nightmare. Why? What did she say has changed, Gucci? Why does she want the belt back now? WWE is saying I have a hard time seeing how Zhang will win this, and this is from someone who doesn't like Rose. Interesting, mate. That certainly helps me feel a lot more confident on Rose. Do you know what's interesting, boys? And we say this, boys and Paige. Sorry, Paige. We have a female in the building as well. What I would say, guys, every single time we do one of these research sessions, everyone that sticks around and watches the footage with us for a while tends to lean one way or the other. Right now, what I'm seeing is almost everyone is leaning towards Rose. Could you do me a favour, man? Let me see how many people are watching. So we've got just under 100 people watching. Just under 100 people. Let me know, guys, right? Please only answer. Please only answer if you've been actually watching the footage. I don't want people that have dropped in like the last 5 minutes to come in and say they're betting Zhang or they're betting Namajunas. Please only comment if you've actually been watching all the footage we've gone through. Drop in the live chats for me on Twitch, YouTube, and the website who you lean towards based on what we've seen tonight. Let me know. Let me know, guys. Personally, I'm leaning towards Rose. And it's a very, very similar lean towards Jake Paul and Askren. I'm not coming out and I'm saying Askren's going to win. It's an easy fight for Askren. There's no way he could lose. I'm like Joey. Like Joey is saying, I think it's a 50-50 fight. Value on Rose for sure, but Zhang can out-physical Rose, I still think. That's exactly how I feel. Completely agree with Joey. 100%. Joey summed up how I feel. I don't know if this is a 50-50 fight, but I do think it can go either way. I think Rose is much better than Zhang everywhere. But I'm not stupid enough to know that Zhang is big, strong, powerful, physically imposing. And that can give Rose trouble. But again, exactly like with Jake Paul and Ben Askren, if you do your research on a fight and you've identified based on what we've seen, the fight can go either way, and you can get one fighter at a reasonably big underdog, you gotta take the underdog, right? There's almost a 2-to-1 payout on Rose, and not only that, her odds are improving, which is mad. I don't know what it is. Every once in a while you get fighters come along which people think are amazing. They think they're fucking amazing without us seeing the skills to back it up. And Zhang is one of those fighters. For some reason, people think she's amazing and we haven't seen the skills to back it up. Like a similar phenomenon we saw with Ozdemir. Look how easily she's taken down by Tisha Torres there, you know what I mean? Just little things like this. Interesting, Gucci. That's real interesting, man. So WWE is saying Rose 55-45. Rose is more skilled, but Weilei's pace, endurance, and power are kind of the difference maker. Yeah, well said, dude. So sync up round 2 for me. Which starts at 7 minutes and 48. I haven't noticed a difference, Gucci. Pat Barry's always been a mad guy, right? He's always been a bit crazy. So Sports Betting Education is saying he's on Zhang. Piccianos is saying at worst it's 50-50 at worst is a 50-50 fight. Rob Rowe is going for Rose. Parlons was going with Zhang but doesn't know now. Anyone else want to drop your opinions in, boys? Let me know. It seems like most people are on Rose, but let me know. Drop some opinions in, boys. Let me know on Twitch and YouTube how you guys feel. Gucci, I'm not sure if you were here, mate, earlier on, but we scored the Jan Jacek versus Zhang fight in the cold light of day, and mate, it looks like a pretty bad decision. You know what we do in live betting, where we assign probabilities to rounds instead of like being really stubborn with the scoring? If I'm scoring that fight, I go 50-50 round 1, 70% Joanna 2, 70% Joanna round 3, 60% Joanna round 4, and then 60% Zhang round 5. I think Joanna won 3 rounds of 2. I think it was a pretty bad decision. I feel really bad for Joanna because she's not going to get an opportunity to get her belt back now, you know? That was like last chance saloon. Alright, let's get this next one going. Sync it up. Round 2, Zhang Torres. Let's get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I am very, very interested to see how Zhang looks in round 3 here. And remember the kind of technique that Rose likes to use. She likes to duck her head off to the left and fire the power right hand straight down the middle. And because Zhang doesn't move her head that much, she will be a bit of a sitting duck. Because she doesn't like to take a backward step, or at least she didn't against Jan Jacek. See the spinning attacks? Zhang loves the spinning attacks, man. You think Rose would be able to read them? Yeah, true, Gucci, mate. A few of the guys have said that. No, Dan, the website is up, mate. The website should be up, mate. What page are you trying to access, dude? You can see the guys are on the website now. Just double check. Yeah, the website is up, dude. Alex is saying that he thinks Rose gives her hell for the first 10 minutes minimum. You know what I will say? Zhang doesn't look that dangerous here. It was quite strange how Jan Jacek chose to stand right in front of Zhang and play Rock'em Sock'em Robots, where you see Torres is being a lot more elusive. She's picking her shots, she's coming in and out, similar to what Rose will probably try to do. And you're not seeing Zhang look anywhere near as dangerous now that Torres isn't just standing right in front of her. I honestly didn't expect to be betting Rose here, boys. I gotta be honest with you. I did lean towards Zhang before we researched this, and it happened. Honestly, it happens every time. Like, there's certain fighters which just win without really the skills to back it up. Like, Blachowicz is a really good example. Every time we research a Blachowicz fight, I bet against him, and then he costs me money. And probably the same thing's gonna happen with Zhang. But in the cold light of day, when we study her here, There is nothing special about what she does. Like, she doesn't even look particularly dangerous here against Torres. So I honestly thought Zhang was better than this. I think it's mainly because I feel the only reason why Zhang had a lot of success against Jędrzejczyk was because Jędrzejczyk stood right in front of her. Instead of being a little bit more elusive, she kind of played Zhang's game. Sorry, Dan, mate. Dan said that he's hoping for plus 200 on Rose. Thinks she likely builds a nice lead in the first few rounds just in case of whether she can see it out. You know what's interesting though, Dan? I'm not sure how long you've been on the stream, mate, but Zhang actually fades as the fight goes on. I honestly think, mate, that deeper into the fight, into the third, fourth and fifth round, I think Rose has got a good chance of doing even better than Zhang. Because against Jędrzejczyk, we saw Rose looking pretty sharp in the third, fourth and fifth, whereas Zhang looked very flat later on in the fight. Alright guys, let's get into this third round. So this third round starts at 14 minutes and 2 seconds. That's 14 minutes and 2 seconds. Aldo is saying Rose has been training with Valentina and Trevor Whitman's a genius. Palons is saying, I think we will bet on Rose and Zhang will win and Trash Capos will win, but we won't even though we knew the truth. Diego Ortiz going for Zhang by knockout. Alex saying Usman's striking looked better than ever against Burns. That jab powers money. Yeah, that jab did look good, mate. It's a long jab as well, right? Alright, let's get it going, boys. Round 5. Sync it up. Get it going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So it has been a long session. But thanks to everyone that's been here, man. We've been going for over 4 hours. So I think we've seen enough footage on this one. At the end of this round... we're going to be done. I do think Rose is worth a bet based on everything we've seen. Obviously, it's a high-risk bet. I think it's a 50-50 fight. I will take the big underdog all day long in those circumstances. But I do think Rose has got a really good chance of winning this. You know, even here in this third round, Zhang is looking a little bit flat. Ro is saying that Weili versus Jędrzejczyk could have been a TKO because Weili couldn't make it to her corner and assisted. It's true, mate. She was all over the place. How do you see it, Ro? Which way do you lean, mate? So Zhang moving very well in this third round. Still looks sharp. Still looks fine. She loves those spinning attacks. You know what though, Parlons, mate? What I would say, dude. What I would say, Parlons, mate. If you keep putting your money in strong positions over a really long period of time, you will make a profit. And like no individual loss will change that. Like the vast majority of the time we're getting our money into strong positions, you know. So I think that's going to be it for this session, guys. So big thank you to everyone for being here. Yeah, true, Ro. True, Ro, mate. You know what I will say, though? You know, you're right. The Florida judges are a joke. They're an absolute joke. You know, if the fight does go the distance, you can't trust them to get the decision right. Yeah, I agree, Gucci, mate. Nice one, everyone, for watching, though, guys. I really appreciate it. It's been a fucking marathon tonight, boys. What I'll do is pretty late here now in the UK, and it's like 2:30 a.m. in the morning. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna head off to bed after this, and then I will, I'll come back tomorrow and we'll put another big dent in this card. So we'll carry on with fight research tomorrow, guys. We'll put another big dent in the card tomorrow. But I'll be live streaming over on Twitch tomorrow, just to dodge this YouTube copyright algorithm. So yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I really appreciate it. I am going to bet Rose here, and I didn't expect to be saying that, but I'm not that impressed by Zhang. Nice one, Gucci, mate. Cheers, man. So yeah, that is it for the stream. Take care, everyone. Love you, boys. Alex, tomorrow, mate. Let's take a look. Tomorrow I'm going to try and do Whiteman Hall, Smith Crute, Oliveira Brown, and maybe Carnelossi Liang. I don't think there's much footage on Liang, but Carnelossi's pretty decent, so I would like to research that fight. Alright, nice one, everyone. Take care, boys. Thanks for watching, everyone. Love you.